people.
You
What?
people look familiar.
Is it Wednesday?
Long time no see.
It's been like 2 days.
Yeah. And we get
Why
to
don't you
play
people
more
leave me
D&D!
Yay.
God, you people just don't leave me alone.
No. Dustin,
Well, one of them's married to you, so...
Yeah.
You can't escape.
One of you I'm kind of stuck with, whether I like it or not.
On that loving marriage note.
I happen to like it kind of a lot.
Good save. Good save. Anyway, on that, as I said, lovely note, welcome everyone to a special International Tabletop Day version of Decisions and Dragons. I am also not going to do it. Sorry. It's a Cujo trademark, and I just feel wrong if I try it.
If you guys want to see more of that, convince Cujo to stop being sick, and then he will come back.
Yes. Please, give him an immunity boost of some sort, so he is no longer ill. But today we're going to play a little one-shot in order to raise some money for Extra Life. For anyone who doesn't know, Extra Life is a charity that supports the CMN hospitals, so that is Children's Miracle Network hospitals, which is a network of hospitals throughout the United States, and I think in Canada too, that provides pretty much free care to any sick child in need. So it is a very worthy cause. As our standard Extra Life gaming reminder, we play for the kids. Our streams are not necessarily for the kids. So don't add us.
Don't add me.
On that note, I think I've covered all of the main things, but Sam is the real boss, so she will tell me if I missed anything I was supposed to announce tonight.
We are doing, in our usual way of raising for Extra Life, we are doing donation perks, where I believe it's every $5. There's a $5 tier and a $10 tier this time. Obviously, once we do the big marathon in November, it'll be kind of the same as what we did last year, maybe a little fine-tuned. But tonight will be $5 will get you a D4 to add or subtract to any given player or DM of your choice. And then $10 will get you advantage or disadvantage to either a player or the DM of your choice. I will be keeping an eye on the Extra Life page, so if I'm a little distracted, it's because I'm refreshing that, and then I'm sure I'll crash something on my computer. But if you donate through our Extra Life page, which the link is in, I will post the link in the chat. Actually, chat should auto do it in about a minute. Hopefully, if I did it right. And then the link will be in chat, and you can go there to our team, donate to one of the members of the team there, and then any decisions you make, you can always post in the Twitch chat, ping me on Facebook or whatever, or make it known in some way, shape, or form. I think you can make it known on the incentive on the donation itself. I don't remember if I have that set up yet or not. But yeah, so $5 donation is a D4, and a $10 donation is advantage or disadvantage on the next roll. And we're gonna kickstart our Extra Life fundraising.
Yay! For the kids! All right. Well, on that note, our adventuring party, again, standard, you guys have known each other for like a year. We're not playing that game for a one-shot. But our adventuring party finds themselves at a bar known as the Drunken Albatross. They are in town because they have heard of whispers from all across the land for the last couple of weeks of something called Igor's Challenge. Pretty well known to even people who may not be from the area, or, maybe it's not your forte, but pretty much everyone's heard of Igor. He is a very well-known former adventurer and current tinkerer. So he's known for having either lots of plunder from his days as an adventurer, or many things that he's invented, or a combination of the two, things that he's plundered and then we'll say enhanced. And he has issued a challenge throughout the land, saying that he has invented the most valuable and rare object ever. And he is willing to give it to whoever can get through his dungeon. And so you're in this bar that the picture is for visual, but it is packed, full of people, drunken people, really excited. You see everyone's got weapons and they're all cheering and they're talking about how they've done this great thing. So obviously they're going to win these challenges. It'll be nothing. They've fought a dragon before. Did you fight a dragon before? The standard fare. But you can tell as you got into town, there's a ton of people all trying to come after this prize. And you find yourself sitting, having a drink the night before, just trying to get the lay of the land. Anything in particular at this bar that you would like to do?
There are an awful lot of people.
Of course, there's a lot of people. Everyone's here for the same reason. I mean,
I am going to focus my efforts on procuring a table and a round of drinks.
Excellent. You find a table that's not like the best table of the house, but it is a little crowded. It's actually one of those like really big tables that everyone's kind of doing the European thing where everyone just kind of sits at the table. You don't get your own.
I sit at the end because I'm big.
yes, how big are you? Exactly?
I'm a
Large size?
Luxodon.
Are
I
you
am
large
not
size?
large
Nice,
size.
But you're large.
I'm not large size, but I'm a big freaking guy.
Medium plus.
You're a big medium plus.
Yeah. Luxodons have a powerful build feature. So essentially, when it's advantageous to me, especially in combat, I count as one size category bigger.
So you can be large.
So
So you-
6'8", 350, 400 pounds. I'm a big freaking guy.
All right. Our big boy has sat down. Who is sitting down next? And as you sit, give us a little bit of an overview of your character and what you're doing.
I will try and.
Um,
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sam.
I was gonna say I'm gonna try and squeeze my way through everybody, and try and sit, not right on the corner next to Throom because we'll bump elbows. But trying to
yeah.
kind of make myself as small as possible, which is difficult because I am a furbolg. About 6 feet, 6'1" or so just a couple inches shorter than Throom. Without the bulk. But definitely the body stature to match. Fitting in terms of appearance, fitting in similarly to pretty much everyone here. Don't really stand out too much in terms of attire, but druids. So a big fuck off stick, aka my staff, that has some bluish crystals kind of growing out of the top of it. And the armor I'm wearing is kind of coated in, or like adorned with different leaves in all kinds of colors, greens, reds, oranges. And just kind of, yeah, trying to make myself as small as possible and not step on anyone's toes.
So we've got Throom, who's the big and tall, and then we've got, is it Eris?
Yes.
Okay, to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Who's just the tall.
Yes, he's just the tall.
It's the tall. There's the tall.
There's the tall.
All right, and who's sitting down next?
I will.
You wanna?
I'm I'm an Eladrin, but I'm a little bit short, and my childhood nickname was Sapling. I don't really like it very much. You can call me Sakura, though. And my favorite season is the spring, and the cherry blossoms that come out, so my hair is pink, very much like one of them. And I spend most of my time in the forest, and I'm looking at all of these crowds around here, and I'm not really enjoying the various smells in the room. The fact that people aren't so good at showering in this town. And I sit next to Eris the Tall because, well, she is tall, but she takes up far less room than Throom. And I just kind of look around and I just go, told you guys we should have camped tonight.
We still need to eat. Warm meal's gonna be better for a start.
We can have a warm meal in the forest.
I'm not camping again. Not again. I want a bath. I want to get clean. I don't want to wake up with leaves in my hair or bugs in my clothes or bites
They
on
don't
my
mean,
skin.
but they don't mean you any harm. I wake up with leaves in my hair all the time.
Yeah, but you have nice leaves. You have fashionable leaves. I have crumbled, dry, dead, desiccated leaves.
Curated leaves.
Well, if you didn't roll around like a hedgehog when you slept, you probably wouldn't have that problem.
I'm used to having a lot more space.
That's not my fault.
I assure you, I'm sure that a bath, a bed, and a warm meal will do us all a great deal of good.
I suppose you're right.
Even if it's just for one night.
Just one night. One night. That's all I ask.
Nell, you
Before
need
we
to
go-
sit. Someone's trying to get behind you. Sit.
Just kind of turn. Give them a look. A little up and down. A little bit of a smirk. Unlike Eris, Nell definitely tries to draw attention to herself. She is a bard, College of Whispers, and she likes to wear the type of clothing that accentuates certain assets. She's a half elf, tan skin, dark hair, green eyes. Definitely draws the eye, knows it, enjoys it, and uses it. Clothing maybe not the most appropriate for adventuring, but does help to get the job done sometimes in places like this.
Depends on what the job is, I assume.
In her case, the job is, let's say it's an older profession.
The oldest.
The
What
oldest?
do I
Some would
say?
say,
Some might say
Some would
the
say-
oldest. You could perhaps say that.
some would say it's handy.
It can be.
All right.
It can be at times.
As I said, for the kids, but not for the kids.
Support the kids, but not necessarily for them.
Yeah, in support of the kids.
Yes. Maybe like 16 or older. All right. Well, our group is sitting down, a very kind of frazzled looking, probably older teen. You think he's probably maybe like 18, 19. He's still got like that little bit of pimples on his face, but there's also a little bit of peach fuzz that like he's not going to trim or cut because he's just trying to grow it all in. And he just kind of runs over to you guys and just puts down some drinks, doesn't ask what you want, just puts over what's on tap in front of you and walks away.
It's okay.
I
This
but
is-
I
This
kind
is
of
fine.
like follow him with my eyes as he walks away and just say, well, that was certainly convenient. And I pass mugs to my compatriots.
I sniff it. What does this smell like? What kind of drink does this smell like?
This is standard house tap beer. This is not fancy craft beer. This is just ale. It's the equivalent of like a Budweiser.
Ugh.
Exactly.
Oh Lord.
I take a sip. Oh God.
That bad?
I mean, you remember that one time when I collected the rainwater from the trees and you guys were really upset that it had sticks in it because it tasted musty?
Yes.
I never.
Like that.
So it tastes musty?
It tastes like piss.
Okay, but that's not what that was.
Obviously.
It's kind of looking at the drink now. Now, I mean, I would have drank the mustarine water was not the best.
Well, maybe you should go solicit us some new drinks.
I mean, do we think they have new drinks? I would be happy to.
I don't know.
Do you have a specific order? A desired beverage?
I don't know.
I take a sip of the beer in front of me, and say, I'm sure this will be more than adequate. It is likely their house ale, and it will do.
Maybe the next round.
I suppose.
As you guys are trying to like
I'm just gonna push
get
mine away.
down, except for
If
now.
someone wants it, please feel free.
Those of you that are gonna force your way through it, you start taking sips. And again, it's like it was described. It's a little musty. There's a aftertaste, and like in the back of your throat, that's a little bitter, but not like a good bitter. It's just it lingers and burns a little in the back of your throat as you
Is
drink
ale
it.
supposed to burn?
No.
After like a minute, Eris is like, I can't. I was trying to be polite. I can't.
I've been trying to take big sips, but it doesn't seem to be going down.
Oh, I've been tipping mine into glass.
God.
I've finished mine.
Would you like the rest of mine? I mean, it's
No,
it's
I wouldn't want to deprive you.
It's really
Please.
No,
Enjoy it.
I don't know if that's possible. Pick it up. I'll just take a kind of a. Yeah. Okay. Very enjoyable.
It's great. What are you talking about? As you guys are still trying to chug down your drink, Throom, give me a perception check since you've already gotten through yours. You're just kind of waiting for everyone else.
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
Does this have? Is this reliant on my sense of smell?
No.
Okay.
Everything just smells like must and BO from people traveling to get here.
Excellent.
Smells like a dive bar.
Mm-hmm.
Perception, that is an 18.
All right. With an 18, you suddenly notice it's already been rather loud, a lot of people, but you notice one person that's kind of making their way through. That like everyone's kind of like sneaking by each other, like, oh, excuse me, sorry, and you kind of, try to weave your way through. But this person seems to be dwarf. Actually, it seems to be almost like he steps forward and then he moves people, and
I
then
see.
just moves them out of his way, and he is heading towards your table, where there happens to be probably the last remaining one seat in the house.
Um,
I'll scooch over a little bit.
yeah, as he
Hi.
approaches, I flag him down and say, "Here, friend, there's an open seat." And I'll try and grab the attention of the runner to get a beers at his space.
You say, "Hey, friend," and he looks around and looks at you, and then looks around again and sees that nobody else is responding to you. But he does see that open seat and heads on over and says, well, finally, somebody who at least understands that I should have a seat at somewhere in this bar. Thank you for making sure I had one." He kind of sits down and
My pleasure.
and he leans back in his chair and puts his feet on the table that people eat at.
Oh.
Doesn't care. Yep. Feet on the table.
Is he man-spreading a little bit?
He's not man-spreading. Just getting his, you can see on the bottom of his feet, on the bottom of his shoes. He didn't even try to get the dirt off his shoes, on the carpet that's by the front entrance. No. So there's, a little bit of dirt and, the corner of a dried leaf that's, falling onto the table from him just plopping his feet on it.
Can I please pluck the leaf?
You reach towards his feet.
Just kind of lean forward and if I can.
Yeah. You go ahead and you pick up the leaf and as soon as you get a little close to him, he's like, "Excuse me."
No, I'm just you have a little something on the bottom of your foot there. Just want to clean it.
Well, that's what happens when you're traveling.
Yes, and normally we clean it off before we put our feet on the table.
Now.
And you say, now, and he just kind of glares at you again. And finally, that one teenage boy runs back over as you've been trying to wave him over, over here. And again, he just puts down what you can only assume is the same swill right in front of the dwarf and takes back off again.
I grab him before he can make his escape, and I say, "Tell me, lad, is there food served tonight?"
Oh, and he kind of pauses for a second, takes a deep breath. You tell he hasn't stopped moving. He's just been going nonstop. And he goes, yeah,
Have a breath.
let me check with my dad. I know we ran out of everything. But he sent my sister to go get something. Let me ask when it'll be ready. And he's still trying to
your
breathe.
own time.
Okay. And he just takes back off. But this time you can see he's distinctly heading towards the bar where the barman's been just slinging drinks, doing his thing nonstop. But he doesn't seem to have broken a sweat. He's just doing his thing. He looks super cool. Whereas this poor teenage boy looks like he has seen a day.
It's been a day.
Yes.
I turn back to it was a dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
I turn back to the dwarf and say, "So, what should we call you? Tell us about yourself."
And he kind of tilts his head and goes, "You'd think in a bar full of adventurers, I wouldn't have to do this. Anders Splithelm." Your pleasure, of course.
Can I make a history
Are we
check?
supposed to
Yep,
Have
you
I
can
ever
all make
heard
it.
of?
recognize this
Yep.
name?
Have I ever heard of this motherfucker?
Yep, go for it. Whoever wants to see if they know him.
Nat
What
20.
are we rolling history?
Yeah, history.
It's a 9 for me.
It's an 18.
11.
None of you have ever heard of him before,
Oh, I got a nat-
even with an
Oh,
even with the nat 20.
Perfect.
It like Split Helm sounds like a name
Yeah.
maybe you've heard before, but it's not that special of a name.
So it sounds like a name.
Yeah,
Like he didn't like, I'm Mr. Chair Lamb.
right. Like it's like as if he had introduced himself as Joe Smith and decided that that was special. Like there's nothing
No.
special about this that rings a bell. It just sounds like a standard dwarven potential name. Okay.
Okay.
I'd just say, I guess it would be my pleasure if I'd ever heard the name in the first place.
He just like he was about to raise his glass to his mouth and kind of stops. Sets it down. Says, well, you can tell people who haven't been around the block before if they don't know who I am.
Are you from the area?
Oh, from
I'll
here.
admit, this is our first time in this particular town.
No, I haven't been here in probably 5-6 years. Can't really say I'm from anywhere after decades of adventuring and traveling and doing good deeds.
Indeed.
He says good deeds and good deeds.
So
And
why would they know you then?
I raise my mug and say, well, to the doing of good deeds then.
And he toasts with a little bit of a raised eyebrow. And
I
continues.
want you to know I hate this, by the way. I'm never playing a peace domain cleric again.
I know, so many of my characters would have knocked this guy on his ass already.
I know.
Only Dermot would be this cheerful and through.
Yeah, but Dermot has like it's this little bit of this innocence that like
He's wonderful.
yeah. He just wants to bring happiness and joy.
And I just kind of go, anyways, do you mind taking your feet off the table?
Mm. I've been walking. Haven't you ever wanted to just put your feet up after a long day's travel?
Yes, but unlike you, I have manners and don't put them up on the table in the middle of a bar.
And he just kind of looks at you again and says, you know what? I think I'll find a different place to sit since you have all these little manners you want to concern yourself with. I have other things to think about, like winning that prize tomorrow. And he
I'm sure you
picks
do.
picks up his drink, the sack that he kind of had dropped at his side, his travel bag, and turns around and starts to walk off and find
As
himself
he-
another place to sit.
As he does, I just call to him. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, sir. Perhaps we will find you on the morrow.
And he, as you say, you know, perhaps we'll find you on the morrow. He turns around and says, oh, you will. And then keeps walking.
I look forward to it.
I really don't.
Mm-mm.
Because he kind of gets lost in the crowd of people walking away. Peaceful at your table again. No more drama for now. And maybe 10 minutes goes by and that poor teenager runs back over and says, there's chicken and potatoes and another vegetable. I don't remember which one.
Doesn't matter, we'll each take a plate.
Okay. I think it'll be soon.
Before you leave, the dwarf that was seated here before, Splithelm. He introduced himself as if we should know who he is. Is he a regular here?
I don't think I've ever seen him here before. And I've been working in this bar, helping out since I was like 12.
Never heard of him.
What, 13 now?
Starting to think we were the ones out of the loop, but maybe he's just a little in the head.
Well, it's been an interesting crowd tonight, that's for sure. And he kind of warily eyes up some of the people that are in here. Certainly a different bunch than the mostly human village that this is. It's as if like 50 adventuring parties have all merged, and oh goodness.
So it's like an anime convention amongst a business convention and a prom.
Yes.
It's when New York Comic Con comes to the city, and you have all of the lawyers and the bankers go out to lunch, and then all of the cosplay artists.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rhodes, am I the elephant in the room?
Okay. Well, all of a sudden, part of the ceiling caves in. It looked like it was perfectly stable before, but not anymore. Weird.
Especially heavy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Worth it.
So in this room, we have quite the large crowd. Are everyone sort of broken down by like small parties, kind of like ours, or are they congregating into groups that would suggest some of these people have encountered one another before in the line of their, you have basically your adventuring cliques. So you have your edgy dark, lots of swords, all wearing black, shady in the corner, and yeah,
there's some of that. You can definitely tell there's groups that have broken up or broken out from the main crowd. They're talking pretty boisterously. You can't necessarily tell, like, are these individuals that happen to have run into each other and it's like, oh, I haven't seen you in so long, and you're having that wonderful conversation, or if they are a standard adventuring party. You do see a couple of people sitting seemingly by themselves. Even if there's other people at their table, they aren't engaging. So you can tell that there are some people that have come that are kind of solo travelers. And then you do see some people that are kind of walking around, networking, so to speak, and kind of just making their way from group to group. So it looks like a fair mix of groups, solo adventurers, people who maybe have run into each other before and they're like, oh, how cool. Again, it's a large group of adventurers, so you run into people, you see them happen to be in the same area.
Okay. I'm just going to keep my ear out to the conversations surrounding us. See if I can pick up just on what anyone else is talking about.
It's pretty easy. Even like, I'm not going to make you do a perception check to this, but most people are really just talking about, like, they're trying to figure out what this prize is, because it was very vague. Basically just said it is the most valuable thing that you can ever have. But they're like, what could it be? Is it something he found a long time ago? Is it, people are throwing around like names of lost relics that maybe he found in his adventuring days, or, what could he have invented or tinkered with that would create something of such value? It's mostly talking about what they think the prize is. And then a little bit of, as I said earlier, that like, oh, I'm totally going to win this, braggadocious kind of chatting. That's pretty much the circle. It's all really about, like, the circles of conversation are all very much about tomorrow in some aspect.
I'm just imagining like the one-upmanship as everyone's sharing their stories, and they're getting just more and more elaborate as people go on.
Mm-hmm.
Because and where is this Splithelm guy? He made his way off.
If you want to give me
a
he left. Give me a perception check if you're trying to locate him.
What is my perception? My perception is 19.
With the 19, you can see just as like a couple of bodies kind of shift and like lean their weight on the other way. You can see in the crowd, like a gap of the crowd, him sitting at another table, and he's actually like sitting on the table, essentially, like kind of like one hip on the table. And so it's like they didn't give him a seat, but he's talking, and you get the idea that he's probably doing that. Let me tell you about my adventures and this great thing I did, sort of talk. And the table is actually listening to him. They actually are paying attention. You can't tell what he's saying; he's a little bit too far away, but you can tell it's a very animated and lively chat that's going on over there as he just forged his way into that group.
Just parted the water.
Yes. A little bit more goes by, and the teenager run back over again, and he drops down some plates in front of you of... It's not the best. You think it's gonna taste better than the beer, at least. But the chicken's a little dry. Yeah, chicken's hard to get right if you're not trying very hard.
Happens to the best of us.
Right. Yeah. Chicken's a little dry. When you bite into one of the potatoes, like the center is still just a little bit raw. Like it didn't cook quite long enough. But for the most part, like you'd give it a solid B-. The mystery vegetable is actually different for everybody. Some of you have carrots, a couple of you have just like a double serving of potatoes, because they were like, oh, more vegetables, more potatoes. And one of you has broccoli.
Before he leaves, I reach out and I give him a silver piece for a tip.
Oh, thank you. Awesome. Maybe I'll be able to get that tattoo soon. Awesome. And he's like talking to himself so excitedly, putting it in his pocket.
What did I just... Oh, dear.
Oh, let the boy be.
You got him a tattoo.
I'm sure his father will be thrilled.
Depends on where he puts it. And what he gets.
Well, in that case, his father may not
tattoo.
know.
As you guys chat about what his potential tattoo would be. Finish your meals that are, again, B-, mediocre. And at some point in time, as you are eating, he does like drop on by just to say like, oh, just pay up at the bar whenever you're done. At the bar, thanks. And then kind of runs off again. And you guys are left to kind of spend the rest of your evening. Is there anything in particular that you would like to do as you're eating, drinking?
Can I just make a perception check? Just to try and like eavesdrop a little bit on some of the conversations happening around us.
Sure.
That is pretty good. 23.
23, you hear probably like 2 tables over. Someone saying, no, seriously, I've met him before. The Ligar guy's kind of weird, small guy, but like kind of crazy. But I swear, I ran into him and his friend. What was his friend's name? Something with a J. Jared, Garrett, I don't know, something like that. And they were at this bar and they were drinking. I'm like, they're gnomes. But they had twice the number of drinks that I did. It was nuts. I didn't know where they could physically put it in their bodies. They're only this big. And this friend's like, right, okay, sure. If you've met him before, right. He's like, no, really, I've met him. I swear, I bought him a drink. And they're just kind of chatting about how excited it is that he's met him before. So he knows he's going to win because he's got the in now. He's going to beat this challenge.
I see.
Mhm.
Okay. So everybody's just talking about the challenge.
Yes, it is like a con. Everybody is talking about the con and their fandom, essentially.
Are there people with instruments that I can see?
You can, as people are walking around, you see some people with instruments. You've heard some people kind of singing in the corners, walking around, making music. Again, it's just like a lot of noise and
I'd
craziness.
like to find one of those little groups, those little impromptu groups, if there's one.
You see kind of by the fireplace in the corner over there, just in front of like where the wood is kept, you see someone with a flute, and then someone that looks like they're you think they're probably like humming or singing along to some sort of a tune.
I'd like to head over there then.
All right.
And kind of do a little sashay across in time with the music.
Sachet.
Yeah.
Ante.
Yes. Yes. It's actually that walk.
Wonderful.
And once I get close enough to where I think they could actually hear me, I will just pull out my lyre and just kind of listen in for a moment, and then start plucking it, just adding in a few chords here and there, try and sort of complement the music that's already happening. I don't necessarily know the tune, but I feel like I can get a sense of what the main key is in the chords.
All right. Go ahead and give me a performance check.
Oh, I'm gonna need a better die for this. I don't know. That one's been doing me dirty all week, so that one's better. We're gonna use this one from now on. And it is 22.
All right. You head over there, and as you said, you take a couple minutes to kind of get the idea of what they're playing. You haven't heard the song before, but skilled enough musician that it's kind of like a jazz session where everyone just kind of like picks up on each other, and they're like, oh, cool. And you join in, and the two of them pause and look at you, but they're smiling. So you start playing a little bit louder now that you kind of get like, okay, I've gotten the idea of what's happening. A couple people nearby kind of pause in their talking to listen in as you guys are playing, and the singer is singing a tale of long lost lovers, star-crossed lovers, and it's it's a little sad, but sang in a little bit more of a like hopeful at the end, upbeat sort of way, so it doesn't bring down the vibe. Like in that idea of like they'll meet again one day, they'll always find each other kind of thing. And people are listening in, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is good stuff. A couple of people kind of throw down some coin as well, kind of to the group of you. But yeah, you guys are just having a cool little improv sesh.
How many musicians are there?
Of that group that are actually performing, there are
Mhm.
3, including your friend. So it's 2 musicians, the lyre, the flute, and then a singer.
Okay. I will throw down a silver piece for each of them.
All right.
So that's 4 silver total.
No,
There's
3.
only 3.
3.
The 3 includes your friend. Not in addition to. Yes. All right.
With one of those things. The Irish drums.
But okay. Unfortunately, no one steps up to kind of give you that like one instrument you feel would really like complete the song. No one else steps up to join the performance. But again, you guys kind of reach the natural conclusion. Again, it's been mostly improv-ish, but you kind of reach the end of what you can tell. Like, okay, this is the end of our song, so we'll just kind of bring it to a close. You get some cheering, some clapping. Again, it's a lot of now drunk adventurers.
Yeah.
So not the hardest crowd to please at this point. As you said, you've got some coin at your feet between the three of you. After you kind of look at it and you do a quick count, you realize that you're third, probably about 2 gold and 3 silver.
Nice.
Yeah. And you've had a wonderful little improv session.
Yes. I will thank the other two for being gracious enough to allow me to join them.
I'll say, no, thank you, thank you. The woman, the singer, will say it's always nice to meet a fellow musician along the road. I'm Olivia, and this idiot is my brother, Roderick.
Ah, I'm Nell, and I'll hold out a hand to both Olivia and Roderick. What do they look like?
They are humans, probably, and you get that they're probably in their like mid-30s or so. You can tell they've got, tanner skin. They're definitely been traveling and out in the world. Their clothes are kept nice, but they have definitely, again, seen the outside world and travels and rainstorms and snowstorms and all of that sort of thing, but they keep themselves nicely put together. And they're just 2 humans that you can tell just kind of travel around and make their music and just trying to make a living doing what they
Yeah.
love.
I mean, hey, that is how we got to do it. But yeah, I'll introduce myself to both of them, and then just comment that how nice it was to get back into the music for a little bit after traveling for so long and not really having a chance to play with others. It's been a long time.
Magic says, well, if you're looking for someone else, you can have her. And points to his sister.
Not
She
you?
And he just kind of like blushes. It's like, well, I mean, well, we should probably be going. And he kind of like stammers and blushes and walks away, especially considering how you are dressed. It's a little flustered and stomps off.
I'll give his sister just a little wink.
And she just chuckles and rolls her eyes and is like, hey,
That's-
what he does in his free time is not my business. I don't want to know.
Probably not. I found that most times better to live in ignorance than have nightmares.
Yeah. Well, if you're still here after the adventures tomorrow, we plan to stay here at least another night and hopefully play again. So
Yeah,
feel free to join us.
yeah. No, I think we intend to stay at probably a night after. Need to, relax a little bit once we're finished.
Wonderful.
Hopefully all goes well. I don't know.
Wonderful.
We're looking forward to it. It seems like a challenge.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Roderick and I are not going to be participating. We just kind of figured it was a good opportunity to
Earn a
play for
little
some
gold.
crowds. Yeah. But good luck to you and your companions, and I look forward to playing with you tomorrow. And she gives what is a little bit of a curtsy at you.
Ah, yes.
It's a little playful, but gives a little bit of a curtsy.
Mhm. Which I will return.
And she follows after her brother up the stairs.
Poor little boy. I'll scoop up my coin, put it in my pouch,
All right.
a little eye after them, and then slowly saunter back to the table. Pretty satisfied. That was enjoyable.
Sounded pretty good from here.
It felt pretty good, actually. It's been a while
It
since
did.
I've been able to play with others.
Well done as always.
Well, thank you.
Now I really want someone to play the Luxodon Bard, but his music is just like his trunk. That's his instrument.
Trumpet.
Yes,
Yes,
he plays
it's a
the
trumpet.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
I need this now. Someone do it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well,
Well,
do you guys think we should turn in for the night? I
Might be-
mean,
well, if we're leaving early, are we leaving early?
Well, you remember that the proclamation challenge, for lack of a better word, said to kind of meet in the town square area a couple hours after sunrise. So it doesn't have to be super early. We'll
so
probably
like 9 or something.
They're accounting for the drinking.
they're accounting for the drinking. He's a former adventurer. He knows how it goes.
We start at 11, guys.
We
Noon.
should try and at least beat the crowd in case it's a race to somewhere.
I mean, I'm not sure. At least those two, assuming that they are telling the truth, came here just for the coin. I don't know if all these people are actually participating. Some of them certainly.
We know at least one that is.
Oh yes.
I don't care. I mean, I would like to win. Don't get me wrong, but I really just want to beat him, if nothing else.
Is he still here?
He's actually at a different table now, telling more tales. You can tell from the way he's speaking and gesticulating.
You're not going to be the only one, Sakura, that wants to ensure he loses. I'm sure.
Well, I suppose that would start with a good rest and no more of this awful beer.
Agreed.
All right, you guys.
Oh,
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna pull out the coins and just put them on the table.
All right.
Hope maybe that'll cover rooms. Do we think?
Oh, that's right. We didn't. Well,
We have to settle up on our way out.
I mean, I could find us a great camping spot.
We might be camping tomorrow night. Rooms tonight.
I suppose.
Well,
Or at least let's get the rooms. I mean, if you want to go outside and camp.
well, the
I'll
rest
leave
of
the window
you,
open.
collect our things. Then I will settle up our tab and
Mhm.
inquire about a few rooms. If there's none available, then
We're camping.
perhaps we'd be camping either way.
As I look
and
around,
I,
thinking about that girl's brother. I'm like,
I lumber my way up to the bar, and I did double check the base stats for a Luxodon. I'm actually between 7 and 8 feet tall, and typically between 300 and 400 pounds.
My God.
So I'm a little taller than I thought I was.
Oh my God.
Right. So, in the way that Split Helm was trying to make people part like the Red Sea, for you, that just happens. Because people are like, okay, like, yes, there are a bunch of adventurers, but you're a big guy. You make your way through a crowd.
And I am polite and friendly to a fault. Lots of excuse me, pardon me. Lots of hello, how are you?
oh my gosh.
All right, you manage to polite your way up to the bar, and the barkeep is, he's pouring a drink, sees you, and one of these just for a sec, finishes, passes that off. His son, you can see, is waiting at the side with like a tray full of drinks. He adds that as the last one. He runs off and he has back and he says, "All right, what can I do for tonight?"
I have 2 things actually. First, I need to settle our tab, We had a round of 5 drinks and 4 plates.
Are you paying for Split Helm's drink?
I ordered it.
Okay.
His first one, anyway.
I hope we never learn this.
He says, okay. He said 5, 4. You can tell he has that moment of like brain, no function, no compute. He goes, okay, yeah, that'll be 3 gold. Let's just call it 3 gold. It's fine.
Of course. I was also curious if there were any remaining rooms available for this evening.
The question of the night.
I'm sure it is.
The answer is yes. And he says it.
Excellent.
Question? It's like, well, before you get too excited, we do have 2 rooms left, but they're actually kind of out in the barn. It's kind of the loft of the barn. They've got some cots up there. If you're willing to sleep there, I'll give you half rate on my usual rooms.
I'm sure we'll take them, and any of my compatriots that would rather sleep in the woods will be welcome to do so.
All right, sounds good to me. So that'll just be call it another gold, since you guys are gonna be smelling hay all night.
I give him 2.
Oh.
I hope. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Well, thank you, and I assume I know what you're here for. So have a good night and good luck to you two tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
He says, if you can't, I mean, the barn's right out the back, but if you can't find it or have any troubles, just swing right on by. I'll have my son show you where it is or help you find anything you need.
Excellent. And how late do you expect the bar to be staffed tonight?
Well, usually we would close up maybe around midnight, 1 o'clock, depending on how busy. But tonight, I got a feeling I'm going to be here for a while. So even once the crowd thins out, I'm still going to have to get things back in order. So if you need anything, I'm sure I'll be around. Hopefully I can sleep a couple hours before sunrise.
I will put a hand on his shoulder, and I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration to remove 1 condition affecting him, assuming that he probably has a point of exhaustion.
Yes, you cast that. He was a little taken aback that you're touching him, like he wasn't expecting that. But your hand, rests on his shoulders, and after you cast that, he kind of perks up a little bit and is like, all right, thanks, I guess. And you can tell he's a little taken aback, like he wasn't expecting someone to just cast some sort of healing magic on him. But weirder things have happened tonight. Yeah, thanks. Again, if you need anything, just give a shout. One of us will be here. We live in the house right next door anyway. So even if you need anything when we're not at the bar, just feel free to knock and we'll answer.
Blessings of Luxon be upon you and your family. Good night, sir.
Just kind of nods and goes to turn to the next patron. All right. You have managed to secure lodgings, is the right word.
Are these rooms? Are there keys?
It's literally just the loft of his barn that has some cots set up. So you don't need keys. You can just walk into the barn and climb on up to the loft.
Excellent.
Don't break his ladder.
I will Because I'm big. Well, I'm hoping that he saw my, 7.5 foot frame, probably, and knew how strong his ladder was.
Hopefully. Yes, you have lodgings.
I returned to the group and inform them that I have settled our tab and procured lodgings for the night. It is the loft above the barn.
So still kind of camping. Bill.
I suppose horses aren't so bad.
Camping with a roof over our heads and walls to block the wind.
I believe the kids nowadays call that glamping.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll be glamping.
All right.
Then let's head out. Get some rest.
Okay.
Climb up to the
What time of night
cots
is
and
it?
plop down.
At this point, it's about 11. Still, yeah. But you can tell like the crowd is not really died down. The party has not stopped. It's a con for sure in that regard.
I'm gonna turn to my companions. What time are we leaving? Are we thinking of leaving in the morning to get out to the?
Just after sunrise.
All right.
You're going to stay here for a little bit longer.
Given the hour, I don't think so. Not if I want to get a full night's sleep before we head out.
Probably a good idea. Don't want to be
Maybe I'll head
hungover.
Maybe, yeah, well, that too. Maybe I'll head out in the morning.
All right. Then you guys head out. The front door kind of Throom walks first in order to create a pathway that you guys can all just kind of like follow right behind.
We've gotten used to this over time. It's proved very useful.
Yeah, you've got a system.
Yeah.
And you kind of just make an immediate right, and you can see just behind the bar, like you see to the right, there's a house, and just behind there, kind of taking up land, kind of between the two buildings, is a barn. Doors are unlocked. You're able to very easily get in. You see where the ladder leads up, and you're like, all right, guess this is where we're sleeping.
It has beds though.
It has cots. The mattresses are stuffed full of hay and straw.
Okay.
So it's not the most comfortable thing. You might get pricked in the middle of the night when you move a little too much, but again, it is not the cold, hard ground.
I'll climb a ladder.
Right. No, I'm not going to make you roll anything, Dustin.
I was just going to ask, what's the ladder look like?
It is a normal wooden ladder, but at least from all appearances. But you're able to kind of like you give your bags and some of your things like to your compatriots, as so they take them up for you to try to just lighten the load a little bit. And so while the wood, like there's one step that like the wood creaks a little ominously, but you are able to successfully get up the ladder, and you're pretty sure that if you had carried all of your own weapons in bags, like that step would have broken.
I see.
All right. Any final things to do before your good night's rest?
Let's see.
No.
Is there anything anybody needs to prep or do, to plan for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything I need to switch out now that I've been
that's a good
thinking about
point.
it.
Where's your? Let me look really quickly.
Since I didn't tell you what we were doing tonight, so you might want to switch your spells. Yes.
Let me just go look at
Fair.
you really quickly. The other one.
All right. You guys are.
No, I think I'm good.
All right. You guys, bed down for the night. You see some cots. There's 2 more cots there. And so you're like, oh, maybe we'll have friends. And it'll be like a hostel situation where we're all just kind of share in one room. Great. You don't know yet if anyone's going to take up those last 2 cots. You guys managed to bed down for the night, get comfortable enough. Again, it's not the ground, so improvements. If there's nothing else you guys want to do, or if you're good enough on your spells, and you can keep tinkering as we're talking, then you manage to get a good night's sleep and wake up the next morning. There's a window that, of course, like as soon as the sun rises, just beams right down on you. There is no way that you would be able to sleep any later because it is direct sunlight in your faces.
Of course.
When you wake, go ahead.
Did you prepare fine traps?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No, all good. You guys have managed to get up to the loft and have a good night's sleep. Over the course of the night, 2 other people did join you. There were 2 extra cots that you guys had not rented out. And so you see 2 people that are, even though the sun is like beaming in that window directly in your faces, you guys have had enough sleep. The other 2 are snoring, and you get the feeling that it's less sleep and more drunkenly passed out is what they did. So that sunlight has nothing on the amount of alcohol still in their system, so they're still fast asleep.
Oh God, I can feel it on their behalf how nauseous they wake up.
Oh yeah.
That's good
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
Let's hope more of those teams feel that way.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't a bad night. You can still hear the sounds of the owls and things from the barn. Shall we find where we need to go?
Yep.
You guys relatively quietly make your way down. Like, you've all been in that state where you're like, man, I don't want to wake them up. Like, I know how much that sucks. It's just like the general adventurer's bro code. It's like, nah, let them sleep it off. And you guys relatively quietly make your way down. And as soon as you leave the barn, you can already see, because you're right off of the town square, you can already see that some people are already starting to meet there. Even though you probably have a couple of hours, people are already just kind of sitting there waiting, starting to chat, very much like they're waiting at Hall H at Comic-Con, trying to make sure that they can get in.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to make a giant adventurers convention, but I did.
But you kind of did.
It's so good. Adventure Con.
Yes. Yeah, you can see crowds of people sitting there. You actually do see a couple of tents, and you get the idea that a couple people did just sleep right there. But hey, it's cheap, and you're used to sleeping on the ground, so.
Do we
Why not, right?
see that dwarf from the previous night?
You do not yet see him.
He probably won't show up until the
He's
last
gonna
hour.
show up right at the end. I feel like he's the type to
Announce himself?
I think he feels that there should be an announcement preceding him.
Oh, one of those. Well, hopefully he misses his alarm and sleeps in.
All right.
Do we notice anybody that's looking particularly hard up? Still drunk, maybe.
There are actually a couple of people that you can tell they're sitting in front of the doors of the bar. Like all they did, you kind of get the idea like, oh, they got kicked out at closing time, didn't make it any farther.
Done that too.
Oh God.
These are the people who are just decided that, you know what, it was just easier to just stay right here.
Path of least resistance.
Yes.
Yeah. Ooh.
So yeah, they look like they're gonna be in for a time today if they are actually partaking in the challenges. But you don't know what sort of potions, things, etc., magic they have that will be able to help them out either. But for right now, yes, they look like they basically are, still drunk. Still drunk. Considering you get the idea that like you went to sleep and whatnot, but you could still tell that there was a party going on. You're like, man, that bar probably didn't close till like 2-3 o'clock. And it's like
Poor
6
kid.
o'clock now. So they were only passed out for like 3 hours.
They're trying to just get a short rest in.
That's all they get. Anything in particular you guys are gonna do? You're gonna camp out, join the Hall H line?
Might as well. Just rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I'd rather be close to the front than close to the back. I mean,
How many people are out here so far?
So far you see maybe about 12, about a dozen people, yeah.
Okay.
You see some people that look like they did camp there, but they camped by themselves. There's no one else with them. You see a group of 5 people, another group of 3. So it looks like, some people of about a dozen people that have all kind of either gotten there very early or camped out there to get their place in line. So you kind of join the fray. You're early enough that you're able to get, you don't have front row seats, but you got second row seats. They're still pretty good. You're second row center. So good job. Yeah.
hopefully somebody shorts in front of us.
No, it's going to be someone with a giant hat.
No, Thum and I are the assholes in the front.
Yeah.
You are.
You totally are.
Sorry. I kind of like kneel down. Like, we're sitting right now, like any other asshole sitting in like the Hall H line. When it comes to like if we have to stand, I will like kneel.
All right, you
Better
guys.
that they can't see
Yeah.
all the advantages to us.
You guys secure your spot. You do see a bakery in the distance that's open as well, and you see what looks like some kind of sleepy townspeople that are leaving their homes and maybe going back out to the fields to start their day farming. Some going into other buildings. You think they're probably going to be prepping for the day to open up shop, that sort of thing. And you just kind of got a few hours to kill watching this little town that probably is usually fairly quiet with people coming and going, just kind of going about their lazy morning routine, waking up.
So while everybody's holding the spots in line, I would like to dart off to the bakery and get the pastries for the group.
Oh, yeah. We'll hold your spot. We'll hold your spot. It's okay.
Just like whatever, just whatever they have that's warm and nice, and I'll bring it back to everybody.
Yeah, you're able to get some, freshly made biscuits out of the oven. They also have the sort of the woman says, like, trust me, if you've been drinking, this is what you want. And it's this looks like a fluffy piece of dough bread thing that was like fried with some sort of sugar on it. I swear it's a beignet for anyone who's been to New Orleans.
Sounds delicious.
Best hangover cure ever.
She's like, yeah, these fresh out the oven, that's what you need if you've been drinking the night before.
We'll take 4 of them and some biscuits as well. And one of those apple things for later.
All right, sounds good. Well, lucky you're only the second person that stopped by this morning, so everything is fresh. that'll just be 3 silver.
I'll give her 3 and then just an extra silver. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And good luck. And she turns back to start checking another oven because all of a sudden you hear like some sort of a noise in the back. And she's like, I should probably check that. And she like runs off.
I come back. The apple thing I just like slip in my sack. That's like my little satchel pastry. And
what was it last time? Sausages? Was it last time?
Pocket sausage.
Pocket sausage.
Yeah, it was pocket sausage.
And I come back and I share they had biscuits and everything's warm. And she said, these are good if you've been drinking the night before. And I mean, we didn't drink that much, but they look delicious and they're warm.
Yep.
I share.
You guys all take one and it's like heaven in your mouth. It's so delicious.
Some strong coffee.
Yeah, you have your snacks or your breakfast, I guess I should say. That's the term. That's what you eat in the mornings.
Your morning meal snack
you have,
food.
yeah, your first breakfast. If you're a hobbit, who knows? I don't know your schedules. Go ahead and have your pastries. And again, things are kind of starting to wake up. You do see some more adventurers, like the crowd around the town square is starting to widen. More people are coming. Gets a little bit louder too because God help you, you can't put this many people in a group, especially people who are used to kind of bringing some attention and some energy to an area. And yeah, it starts to get a little loud. And you can see like the townsfolk. You can tell the townsfolk from the adventurers, not just by how they're dressed and like who's carrying a sword, but also like the people that are like walking on the edges of town and just kind of staring like it's a freak show and then like going around everything else.
These are the people that go downtown during Comic-Con just to look at everybody in costume.
Yeah.
So do you guys know what to expect?
No, it didn't say much.
Yeah. I don't think. I mean, this isn't like an annual thing, I don't think.
Too bad that dwarf was such a dick last night. We could have maybe asked him what it was like.
I don't think he would have even known.
I think he would have lied.
Or, yes, I think even if he did know, he wouldn't have told us. At least nothing truthful. I'm sure we'll be fine. We have proven ourselves more than capable for any challenge set before us thus far.
Hopefully. I mean, I'm more suited to tracking than puzzles, but I suppose that in a sense they're one and the same sometimes.
Exactly.
And as you guys are chatting, you also hear other people are having very similar conversations to you, what to expect, like, literally that like pre-battle planning kind of thing, like, oh, you have that prepared, like I have this prepared, checking spell books, and things
guys
of that
sitting
nature.
there being like, God fucking damn it, hang on a second.
And then as a couple hours go by, all of a sudden, very loudly you hear, ahem, ahem. And everyone in the crowd kind of looks around. And then in the middle of town square is for lack of a better term, projection of a tiny little gnome. The projection is probably about 8 feet tall. Like, it's almost room sized. But you can tell it's still a gnome.
A really oversized child.
Yes. And you hear, ahem. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate all of you showing up to take part of my challenge today. As I said in my proclamation, you are all here to prove yourselves worthy to get through my dungeon and win the most coveted prize of the greatest adventuring item that I have. It will be the most valuable and important item you have ever possessed. Now, As a reminder of the fine print and the proclamation, anything that you do not seek to potentially lose, make sure you keep in your rooms. I cannot be held liable for what happens. But this is we'll say, non-lethal encounter. There will be no murder or killing of each other in order to win a prize. You must prove yourselves not only strong, but smart in order to win my prize. So again, welcome to my challenge. And you can see he waves his hand and it looks like an projection of like an arrow starts pointing towards the mountain that's not too far. Kind of this town's kind of at the base of the mountain and starts pointing towards the entrance that you can see at the mountain. And some people like immediately, like before his hand was even done, like they've already like sprinted off.
Did anyone sound or kind of give that like kind of grumbly sort of movement at the reminder that this is a non-lethal challenge?
There's definitely like that local people are kind of like, oh, what? I gotta pull my punches. Man. We're like, oh, also the people that they didn't read the fine print. They either just heard challenge, great prize, come to the dungeon, and like that's all they knew, or they didn't care to know the fine details. But yeah, there was definitely a little bit of like, what? Not gonna be held liable. Can't kill anyone. Whatever.
This is bullshit.
Can I make maybe an insight check at this point to see if I think that this projection might have something more to say? And
Sure.
some of these groups are darting off perhaps prematurely.
Go for it.
An insight results in a 14.
You kind of pause and wait a second to see if there's anything else. But after you're kind of waiting for a few seconds, you realize that it looks like almost like a statue at this point. It's still a projection, but there's no further movement like this. The projection of Igor was like speaking kind of with his hands and moving around just as a natural person would as they're speaking. There's movement, or if you're me and you talk with your freaking hands. But all of a sudden, like it's very still, eerily still, and you think that essentially the recording is paused. Yeah.
Okay. The message is concluded.
Yes.
I turn to the group and say, well then, shall we be off?
Let's
You
show.
guys know that the mountains are my favorite terrain. Let's go.
Shit, didn't check that.
Oh gosh.
But I did check all of your spells before, so I need to check them again since you just checked them. Or just changed them.
I think I changed maybe one or two.
I haven't changed anything.
I haven't changed anything, but I got to pick two favorite terrains, forest and mountains.
That's the most
Forest
common.
and mountains are yeah.
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 Covers most of your terrain.
Yeah.
Ironically, I kind of figured, like, watch, we're going to be inside in some, like, cavern or a cave, and I'm just going to be screwed.
It is a cavern dug out of a mountain. So,
Inside a mountain, outside of a mountain.
it's mountain.
It's mountain.
And I just, like, I don't even wait for them. I just kind of, like, charge ahead. Just like, let's go.
Oh jeez.
All right.
Follow.
All right. You guys get to the mouth of the cave, and there's a little bit of a line. Because everyone it's about 10 feet wide, so people can go into it at a time, but there were about 50 people. And so there are people behind you, but again, people are you do see people kind of pausing for a moment to like check themselves or like take a deep breath. But after a minute or so,
I don't really wait for the line. I go into wedge mode and start. Excuse me, pardon
Room, we
my
have to
way.
wait in line.
I grab the back of his shirt and follow.
Well, if people are just stopping to like check themselves, I don't plan on doing that. We have everything we need.
This is
So
literally showroom floor. You have to grab your friend's hand and
Yeah.
physically tell people to move out of the way.
excuse me, pardon me. Trying to get past. If you're
Go ahead
checking
and-
your equipment, please step to the side.
Go ahead and roll me a charisma check.
Just straight charisma, huh?
Ooh, this'll
Just
go
straight
well.
charisma.
I know those stats. I know what he dumped.
Most things. That is a
You start, wedging your way through any groups of people that have paused for a moment, and while you're big enough to get them to move out of your way, you do hear a lot of, yelling like, "Hey, fuck you, buddy! Like, what the hell? We're all gonna get in there eventually." And you've realized, you might be peace domain, but you've perhaps made a few enemies with your actions.
Okay, well. The ratio of excuse me, pardon me to I'm sorry kind of starts shifting towards the apology end of the spectrum.
Right. Well, in short order, you manage to get to the front of the line, and you can see into the entrance of the cave. And at this cave entrance, you kind of step in, and there's a little bit of a cavern there, and then you see that it starts to that 10-foot wide area, shrinks down to about 5 feet wide. And as you get to the lip of it, you realize that it suddenly takes a deep dive down. And it's not so much a walking down as it is sliding down. And you can see people sliding down that were before you, and heading down here.
So
Okay.
I guess we just have to slide.
I guess so.
Very well.
Who wants to go first?
I shout down the passageway, and I cast light on the end
Okay.
of my mace, and
How long does that last?
and I say, "Big man coming down."
Since you've cast light, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Rhodes, how dark is it in here? Like, besides the light that's being cast, that Thurm's being casting, how dark is it? Like
Jail for you.
There are sconces along the wall of that cavern, so you can see in the little vestibule, for lack of a better term, and then a little ways down, and now that you've got the light, you can see further down.
Okay.
So anyone else, if you are trying to actively get a better look, go ahead and also give me a perception check. Dustin, what did you get?
10.
Okay.
Yeah. I
18.
will.
17.
I'm gonna burn a second level spell slot and cast Dark Vision on myself for the next 8 hours.
Okay.
And I guess I'll roll. Oh! 23.
All right. Sam, with the combination of the light spell, casting dark vision on yourself, you're able to see down this slide really well. And you're actually able to see that at a certain point, maybe 25 feet or so down, the people that are sliding down, suddenly each of them start going in different directions.
Like a shoot?
And you, because now you're like, well, that seems weird. And since you got like a 23. You like kind of lean in a little bit, and you can see that at the bottom, or not at the bottom, but like further down, it's almost as if there's some sort of a mechanism that's twisting and just turning people into different directions.
I will kind of hold up my hand for the group to stop and explain that to everybody. There seems to be something splitting those that slide down. And so I can't see beyond that to see, like, they go off to, like, the right and left. I can't see beyond where they would kind of
You can
keep
see,
going.
It looks like, as you're looking, it looks like almost, there's obviously one that's kind of going straight, and you see at least 2 other angles that people have gone down. And then at a certain point, like, it starts to get, it's almost like it kind of splits, levels for a second, and then takes another dive, and so you can't quite see any further just because it starts to angle down again.
Okay. I will explain that and say, we might get split up.
Perhaps they all come back to the same place in the end?
Maybe.
I will suggest that Eris and I sit down. I take one of the elf folk. Eris takes the other to sit in our laps, and then the 2 of us lock arms.
Okay.
To try and make sure that the 4 of us end up in the same chute, and worst case scenario, we end up in pairs.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Who's pairing up?
How small are you, Sakura?
You guys are an elf and a half elf.
You said you're tiny, though, right?
I'm not tiny, but I'm like short for an elf. I'm probably like sub 6 feet, probably like 5'6" That's pretty short for an elf.
Okay, so we're about the same size then.
Sakura, why don't you go with Throom, and Nell, you can come with me, just in case there's any
nature-y things.
Yeah, we'll split the talents a bit.
Okay. Well, Throom, looks like it's you and me. Take a seat.
All right. And I have a seat, and like your grandparents used to do when you were 5, I just slap my thigh, say, "All right, have a seat on my lap."
Oh, this is working out way better than I wanted this to do.
Are we going in front of you or behind you initially?
Yeah, it's only 5 feet wide, so you can't both slide down together.
No, we'll go behind you. You go first.
Yeah, we'll go first, and if you want to like have your legs sticking out, I'll grab your leg.
That works. Yeah, I'll sit and we'll do old school train.
Yep. Like going down on the potato sack things.
Yeah.
Slide.
I'm going to, just to give myself every possible advantage, I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on myself.
So how long have we been in here? 20 minutes or so?
Oh, like physically, once you got like into the entrance and got to the start of this cave, or this tunnel slide thing, it's probably been like a couple of minutes that you guys were like, ooh. And now you're starting to see part of why there was a line of other people that might have also seen something similar, paused, stopped, and held things up.
Okay.
I cast Enhance Ability to give myself Bull's Strength, which gives me advantage on any strength-based ability checks.
Okay.
I'm
gonna give my. I have a lyre. I also have a flute, which is a lot easier to carry, so I'm going to pull that out, and I'm going to do a little Willy Wonka toot on it.
This is very Willy Wonka.
And I'm going to give Eris inspiration.
Huzzah! Marked. All right.
So 1d8 for you.
Fantastic.
All right.
Let's go.
And then we go down.
All right.
Yep.
Yes. So, for lack of a better term, Dustin is navigating.
Yes.
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 Okay. Roll me a d6.
A D6. 6.
Okay. You are sliding down this chute. You get to the point where it looks like it's leveling off, and you realize, oh gosh, we're almost at the section that Eris was talking about. Go ahead and give me a.
Call that out just to prepare Eris.
Okay. Go ahead
That
and
must be
give
real
me.
tight.
So, Eris and Throom, give me strength checks.
10. Not great.
You have an inspiration.
Oh,
that
I
you
do
can
have an
put
inspiration.
in.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that. You said that was a D8?
1d8, yeah.
7, so 17.
15.
All
Because
right.
I gave myself Bull's Endurance for a reason. No bonus. Strength.
I feel like everyone assumes that you're strong because you're a freaking elephant, and then you have trouble picking up like your friend's warhammer or something like that. You're like, oh god, this thing's so heavy.
Couldn't even string my bow, you guys.
I have
Alright.
the strength of an average human.
I mean, average is still a spectrum.
Yeah.
All right. You guys hit that point where it starts to level off for the moving mechanism. And Dustin and Court, you can feel it start to move you guys. And then Sam and Tina, you can feel it start to move again in the opposite direction. But you manage to you kind of panic clench
Yeah.
and manage to hold on to each other.
It's like when you're
And
in
so-
traffic and you're the passenger and you're also pushing the brake.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You panic clench, and that's just enough strength to manage to hold on for dear life, and you all manage to go down the same chute.
Whew.
Excellent.
I scream a little.
Yes. All right. You guys go down this chute, and all of a sudden it quickly levels off. And you find yourselves kind of skidding and bumping your asses along the ground for a second. And in front of you is essentially just empty cavern. Looks like a old mine shaft with a door that is actually open right in front of you.
Are we
Can
still
I-
sliding? Or have
You
we
came
stopped?
to a stop and kind of cartoon slid to slow yourself.
So we're
Yes.
not in the door, we're just outside of it, right?
You're just outside of it for purposes of I didn't make the map that big. You're already in the room.
Can I will hop off Throom's lap as soon as possible. And can I just peek in the door and see what I see?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh god. That's a 9.
All right. You peek in the open door, and it looks like just a big empty room. It actually looks like a room, not just a cavern. You can see distinct walls and a distinct floor, distinct ceiling. Unlike where you're at right now, that just looks like some sort of a natural part of a cave or tunnel. But there's nothing in it as far as you can tell.
Can we hear anything? Perhaps people who have gone down and ahead of us? Or is it silent now that we're down here?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
28. Natural 20. You
uh,
hear everything.
yeah, you can hear the earth spinning. Um,
Now
It
I
sounds
know.
like purple in here.
yeah. You don't hear any other noise other than, the sounds your friends make as they're breathing, moving, etc. But you don't hear movement inside the room or even like movement that might be on the other side of a wall or anything like that. Nothing. It just is you guys as far as you can tell.
Well, I would have expected to hear one of the other groups ahead of us, but
We just go through.
Well, yeah, let's press on then, shall we?
And you guys can rearrange yourself to whatever marching order you had.
door as we get close to it is plain or wood or
It's a wooden door.
just
Nothing ornate, just looks like
wooden?
any sort of wooden door, yeah. Nothing special.
So wait, I'm sorry. Is this the open?
That's the doorway you came in.
This is the doorway we came in.
Yep, the open one.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is the one we'll go towards.
Yep. And as soon as you all get into the room, the door behind you slams shut.
Yeah, tracks.
And you kind of pause for a second. But you don't see anything else other than an empty room.
Can I go and check the other door?
Mhm.
So I'm going to come over here. And I'm going to start with investigation. Just
Okay.
to see if the door is locked, trapped, anything like that. And that makes... I believe that makes a 10.
You get up to the door. It is locked. You don't see anything that looks like a trap, though. Like, you don't, when you touch it, it doesn't suddenly, you don't get shocked or anything of that nature. It looks like a locked wooden door on the other side of the room.
As he is inspecting the door, I'd like to investigate the rest of the room. So just kind of do probably a lap going this way
Sure. Go ahead and give me that
around
roll.
and kind of
sorry.
take a slow lap looking at both the sort of the walls and the floor to see if there's anything else that might, I don't know, indicate instructions.
Go ahead and give me that roll.
All right. Not very good. 7 plus 8 is 15.
It's pretty good. You start looking around and you kind of start like looking at the ceiling and move your way down. And once you get to about the bottom of the wall, like kind of where wall and floor meet, you realize, was there water there before
Oh shit.
when I looked?
Guys, is
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
slowly creeping up?
All of a sudden, you're like, I don't think it was wet when I walked in.
No.
But your feet are starting to get a little bit wet at the bottom. And you noticed, you did a 15. You actually noticed a small hole in the wall not too far from you. and then you notice that hole, and then you kind of look further, kind of same level across the wall, and you see another hole, and you realize that there are small holes all across the bottom of this room,
Yep.
filling up
Okay.
with water.
Yep. Okay. No, we got to get through that door. Hole bottom, little tiny holes.
Oh, okay.
How quickly is the water coming up from, say, the time that it started to by the time at least I get over to where the door is?
Give me an intelligence check.
Straight intelligence. 4.
It seems kind of fast. You're like, it's now like, it feels like it's almost at your ankle, but it wasn't there when you walked in not too long ago. You can't quite tell how long it's going to take, though. But now that everyone has been alerted to the fact that the room is slowly filling up with water, if anyone else wants to give me any sort of investigation or intelligence checks to see what you think is going on.
Yeah, I'll do an investigation check with my +0.
Yeah. I will also do investigation. Actually, since this is my favorite terrain, my proficiency bonus is doubled for intelligence or wisdom checks.
Yep.
16.
So,
I'm sorry? What'd you say?
16.
Okay.
24.
Okay. You guys are looking around. You're like, oh gosh, this is not great. And between the two of you, you think you maybe have like 1 to 2 minutes before this room is filled with water. Actually, Court, go ahead and give me a con save as well.
Con save?
Mhm.
Oh, God. Natural 1.
As you kind of panic and look around. Oh God. What was the final result with your, if you have
2.
a modifier or anything? 2. Okay. You're looking around and you kind of start to panic. But you see something at the corner of your eye and you realize that stuck in one of the holes, you see something glittering. And I presume you're going to go investigate it.
Yeah, I will just I don't even say anything. I just take off towards that hole.
What Sakura?
There's a thing. It's glittering. The water of the room is filling up. We won't be able to breathe if it fills up with water. There's the thing that's glittering.
And you find, you kind of grab it, and it comes up fairly easily. It looks like it was mostly just kind of like turned the wrong way. Otherwise, it would have flowed out fairly easily. And you find a set of 20 keys on a key ring.
Oh,
Keys. I have keys. We need to unlock the door.
go try them.
Okay.
And I will just run over to the door and just kind of squeeze in front of through and be like, I have keys. Move out of the way.
Can the rest of you give me con saves, please?
Natural
Did
1.
you also?
What's the final result?
3.
Okay.
21 for me.
15 for me.
What is this save against? What type of effect? If it's a charm or a fright effect, I do have advantage. Although at 21, I'm not. I can only beat that by 1, so it might not matter.
Yeah, it's not a magical charm, but I guess it does have an element of frightening. So if you want to roll it and see if you just get another one, you get the one higher, you can try.
I have advantage on that too, but
that was not a natural 20, so 21.
If you want to roll that again as well, like now that you've got keys, like okay.
Give this dice one more chance, then I'm gonna just put it in dice jail. That's better. 18.
Okay. All right. So
Center
you,
myself.
yep, you're like, okay, there's hope. Now I've got something to actually work with.
Okay. I start at one end, and the first key on the ring, I just try to put it in the lock.
Right. Once you put in the first key, or like grab the first key, you realize that they all have numbers etched into them.
Okay.
Are you starting with 1?
I will look at the number, and then can I kind of investigate the door to see if maybe there's a corresponding number with the keys?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Okay. 13.
With a 13, you can immediately tell, like, okay, these two, they don't look like they match that door or that locking mechanism at all. And so numbers 2 and 7, you immediately rule out. But other than that, you're really not sure.
Okay. I will just then. Two doesn't match. I'll try 1 and 3.
Okay.
1 first, then 3.
All right. You go ahead and you put 1 in, and it goes in, doesn't turn.
Okay.
Look.
I look at 2 again, and I'll look at the lock. It says, no, not that one for sure. And I look at 3. Does the number 3 key look the same as number 1, or does it look different?
It looks pretty different, but they all look fairly different. Some of them look like similar enough, like you can tell it would probably be the style, 4 general styles of keys.
Okay.
2 and 7 were the same general style that you are able to very easily eliminate. But the rest of them, similar to 3 other styles. And then amongst them, it's just like the different grooves within them.
Okay. So my next question would be, can I tell just by looking at the lock on the door which of the styles would most likely fit it?
You can go ahead and give me another investigation check.
Okay. I'm thinking skeleton key versus regular house key. Differentiation
Sure.
like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are lots of essentially pinholes in the walls.
Yeah, right along the bottom.
That was a 7.
Okay. You're not quite sure. Maybe it is one of these keys and it's a master skeleton key, or, the rest of them, like, it's got a, brash-ish lock, but, there's also some rust on it, and some of these keys have some rust on them, I don't know, man. Or, did someone make a new key because I lost the key? Then it could look like anything.
All right. In that case, I'll just, knowing that 2 and 7 aren't correct, I'll just start at number 3 and start going through them to see which one.
While you begin doing that, I'm going to come back over to the door we started at. Mm-hmm. Is there a keyhole in this door?
No.
Is there any kind of handle or mechanism in this door?
There is a, maybe not handle is the right term. Almost like in a car door where it just kind of has a place to put your hand. But not turning handle or anything, not a lever that pulls, just a place where you can kind of slide your fingers just like this. That's it. But there's no keyhole, and you realize, oh yeah, it was open when we got here.
We said we had 1 to 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, about how much time has passed since Paris and Sakura realized?
So it's probably been about. It's probably been between you guys kind of pausing, or mostly between with Court kind of pausing, investigating, looking at the keys. It's probably been about 20 seconds or so. Okay. And you guys kind of look around and you're like, okay, great. Now it's definitely past my knees. And that's the tall people saying that
Oh,
it's
shit.
getting to their knee.
That's like thigh high for us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Um,
you want to try a couple more? I have a spell I could try. If not,
Try your spell. I wanna study this for a second, just to see. Like, knowing that key 1 slid in all the way, but it didn't budge. Would I be able to discern that maybe the grouping that key 1 is in? You said there are 4 groupings of
Mhm.
styles. That style of key is supposed to be what we're using. So I would try to look at the other keys that are in that same style first to see if any of those ones are the ones that unlock it. But I'll step aside so that
Sure.
she can try that while I'm like looking for the next one.
Okay.
I mean, we have a little time, so I mean, if you want to take 20 seconds,
um,
No,
You
you
know,
try.
I look to the other 2 of us, and say, look around and see if there are any clues or any writing on the walls anywhere. And I'm going to focus on, actually, I'm going to focus on the wall that I'm at, that's where we came in, and I'm going to start looking for any kind of clues, markings, writing, any of that kind of stuff.
All right. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Try your thing now. I think that it could
Well, I
be
don't
worth
wanna-
it if it works.
it could be, but I mean, like, it's also something that can happen instantaneously. So if once it's gone, it's one less thing that I can use later.
Good point. Okay. I'll try the next key that I find that matches the number 1 grouping.
So if you two, if Sam, if you were rolling as well,
Yeah, I'll
what were your
roll.
investigation checks?
Uh,
That good, huh?
Yeah.
16 for me.
I see nothing.
Which is fine because this is literally a plain room. There's no writing. There are no markings, etchings. The only thing of note in this room is that there are 2 doors and tiny little pinholes pumping in water like crazy.
Okay.
You get the idea, Thorm, as you're investigating, like, this isn't it's not designed to be an outsmart it. It's designed to be a speed challenge.
Okay.
Court, or Tina, do you want to try your spell, or do you want?
I can try it. You guys good?
What is the spell?
Knock.
Oh,
I have to remember what knock does.
it opens a locked door.
The locked door.
Yeah. There's
You knock
I
on a
still
door
have
and the
to
door
check.
opens.
There's always fine French.
Yeah. Let's see it. Yeah. Are you reading it?
I'm reading it. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you needed it.
While I'm reading this, Court, if you want to give me another investigation check, so you can try to better determine like which key you think will be like. Now you've gotten like 4 of the keys down. If you want to try to narrow that down a little bit more, if you want to roll that check.
All right, come on, dice, don't fuck me. God damn it. 10.
You can tell that there's 2 more that are like, all right, these are kind of fat. They're not gonna fit in. So I'm not gonna try 18, and you're not gonna try 11.
2, 7, 18, 11. Okay.
But that's about
You
it.
said
Like,
there
you can
were,
just,
and you said there were like 20 keys, so we're like
Mhm.
1/5 of the way through them.
Yes, you're about 5th of the way through them.
All right.
Are you casting knock? You
I
doing
will-
the thing?
I will. Yeah. I will. Are you good? Sokka?
Try it. There's a lot of keys here, and narrowing it down might take longer than we have. So go ahead.
Yep. All right, then I will. Yes, I will. kind of I will narrow my eyes at the door, the offending door, and
The offending door.
yes, and I will using my flute. Um, I will cast knock
All right.
at
You
level.
you cast knock, and I mean nothing immediately happens other than the loud knocking noise.
That everyone.
yeah. That everyone can hear. Um, but you've cast it. You can go ahead and try opening it. Who's going to try opening the door?
I can try.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess I'm right there.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
All right.
If I get zapped or sucked or eaten by something, just
We'll avenge you.
Yes, definitely avenge me. Tell my story. Make it much better than the ones that
They
Ned
said
Apple
they
was
said there
telling.
was no death.
They said we couldn't kill each other, not that they couldn't kill all.
We'll just try it. The water's rising. We're either going to drown or the door will open.
Yeah,
Yeah. I may need some help too, pulling against some water.
You get to the door, and the water at this point is like
Yeah.
getting pretty high. And so you go to twist it, and thankfully it is a push out, not
good.
a pull in.
Of course.
And you're able to twist the handle and push it out. And you open the door, and you look down, and the water doesn't rush out. It stops at the entryway.
That would be really useful for a pool.
I walk over to the door. What is beyond the doorway?
Yes, now that we're peering through.
Yeah,
You're like, oh god, it opened. It opened. Looking out, you can. It looks like another cavern, similar to where you kind of skidded to a halt. Undecorated tunnel area, about 15 feet wide.
And so now that we have this door open, the one behind us that we came in is still closed, right?
It is still closed. The water is still coming in.
Yeah. Well, only way out is through, and I don't fancy staying in this flooded room. So
Let's go.
I step through.
Let's
Right.
sit there.
You all step through the open door. You stepping through does not disturb the water line in any way, shape, or form. That water is in that room, but you're able to close the door behind you.
Does the water level lower at all? I mean, between the four of us, we displace a little bit of water.
It doesn't look, between the fact that water is still coming in, you don't notice any difference.
Okay.
But you are able to close the door behind you and take a deep.
All right.
Good call, Nell. I don't know how. I mean, there's so many keys here, and I don't know.
I mean, I had a plan B, but that would have been just a stalling tactic.
Well,
Good on you.
It looked like you were kind of figuring out how those keys were arranged.
Yeah, I mean, there was a pattern that, and I kind of will hold, like I kept the keys. I will hold them out and say, like, there's groups of them that look the same, and this one slid all the way in, and so I thought maybe one of the keys would look kind of like that one, but.
Do you mind if I see those keys?
Sure. I'll hand them to him.
You said that the door opened out
into
this new hallway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all of the water stayed inside the room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stand in the doorway with this open door, and I'm going to take a few minutes, and I am going to find the correct key that opens the door.
Why?
And I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes, and I'm going to systematically go through them all.
Why?
Do I find one?
Yes.
Okay.
Key number 19 is the key that does successfully open the door. Open the door.
I will mark that key as being used.
Okay.
And I turn to the rest of you and say, I would hazard a guess that we might use another one of these keys, but
Good
probably not this one.
Which,
Showing key number 19.
which other keys are similar to number 19? Like,
And like look and feel.
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, Basakura kind of really examined them and figured out that they were 4 groups. Which can you tell which group that goes in? Maybe it'll help us identify locks in the future.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of look at the keys yourself.
Investigation 18.
All right. You kind of take a moment as well. You look through all the keys and you're kind of like, okay, no, not this one, not this one. This one looks entirely different. Why would this doesn't match at all? And you realize that keys 1, 6, 12, and 19 all look pretty similar. Like if you didn't, unless you were going to take an imprint of each key and see the different grooves, at a glance, you would think they were all the exact same key.
Okay.
Was on the right track when number 1 fit.
Yeah,
you were.
But now, I mean, since you spent time with it, I feel like if we come upon a similar looking lock, you'll have at least an idea of which ones to go for first.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
3 keys instead of 20. A lot less time.
19, we've used one.
Yes, that's true.
All right.
Well, let's keep moving.
Okay. You guys, you're done with this side of the cavern now and turn around and there is, you realize, oh, there are 2 pathways.
Sir.
This is warm now. I forgot there was some left.
That's the worst, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like I still got to drink it because like that's alcohol abuse if you don't finish it.
Yeah.
Warm beer.
It does
It's
not
better
taste like
than
Budweiser
beer
at
that was cold and then got warm and then is cold again, if you like,
all. Well, you tried?
you know.
So which direction do we choose? Left or right?
So actually I have a question. I have because I have Natural Explorer. It says while traveling for an hour or more in your chosen terrain, difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travel. Your group can't become lost except by magical means. You remain alert to danger even when you're engaged in another activity, and you can move stealthily at a normal pace. You find twice as much food while foraging and while tracking creatures, and you learn the exact number, sizes, and how long ago they passed through the area. So, if I can sort of investigate to see if there may be like more footprints going a certain way down one of the paths versus the other one. Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead and give me a nature check. Look for footprints.
Footprints.
Can I do kind of the same way, just focusing more on the walls and ceiling, just to see if I can discern any difference between the 2 paths?
Sure.
That is a 22.
Am I rolling investigation for that one?
Yeah, go ahead and roll investigation. You're looking for footprints, tracks, things of that nature, and it actually doesn't look like anybody's come through this way at all. You don't see any recent tracks going in either direction. And you realize that your friend told you like there were at least 5 different forks. So maybe you're the first to end up over here.
My investigation check is a 14.
Mhm.
However, for any information that is gleaned by my sense of smell, that is an 18.
All right. You were specifically checking walls and things of that nature, correct? You said?
Yeah, just trying to discern any difference between the two paths.
The paths do look different, but not in a purposeful design sort of way. It looks like you are back in sort of the natural cave system. And so, yes, they're slightly different because nature does not make things perfectly symmetrical. But you don't see anything that shows a purposeful marking or anything of that nature. You're just kind of back in the natural cave system.
Okay.
I'll say it doesn't look like anything has been through here, so I think we're just going to need to pick a path and hope that, well, actually, I might suspect that given the task, there's something down either one of them. It just depends on what we choose to do.
When we went down that chute, we went down path number 6. Did that path seem to be all the way to one side or the other, either the left or the right?
It seemed to be heading towards the right.
Then I will suggest the left path to try and keep us heading towards what I think might be center.
Left works.
No other actual reasoning. I'm just using that as an excuse to make some kind of decision.
It's as good as any.
All right.
All right.
Then, well, we should wait for Tina, but
Yes.
she seems to be outvoted anyway.
Loop my arm through Nels and let's go.
You just like drag her along, like, come on, get in, loser. We're going exploring. All right. You guys head towards the left. And just like in that first cavern, there have been sconces along the wall. Igor did set this up as a challenge, so he's not going to, it's set for you to explore. So you don't have to worry about the darkness or anything of that nature. There are sconces every so often, so you can see.
Well, I have light on my mace still.
Okay, you also have light there. Cool. So you've got even more of an extension there. And you're walking along, and it's been like 5 minutes, and you haven't come across anything, haven't heard anything. You're like, man, like, how big is this mountain? But you do realize you're going a little bit, because you went down a chute very deep into the mountain, and towards the end of this walk, you've been walking for about 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark or so, you realize, oh, we're kind of going back up. We're on an incline now. And you walk for another minute or two, and eventually get to another doorway, and you see another unassuming wooden door.
I hate these
The door open.
doors.
This door is not open,
Is
but it does have
locked?
if you're going to go up and try it, go ahead and try it.
I'll go up and just very carefully see. I don't like jiggle it like crazy, but I'll definitely like tug it enough to see if it's locked. And if I can just like easily twist the handle and get it.
You can easily twist the handle. It is not locked in any way.
Oh, that's a good sign. And I want to peek in first before like just charging in.
Okay.
Let's see.
Go ahead and give me a perception check then.
$17.
Right. You open the door and you get this like eerily similar feeling of, great, it's another seemingly empty room. The only difference is that this one is larger, and you actually see 5 different doors
Oh.
instead of just one.
Cool.
Okay.
I assume you guys all just kind of like take a sigh, like, just keep going and enter the room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I will. Is the room well lit?
Yes. Every room you guys have gone into has had sconces. Even the one that you were in that was filling with water did. You realize now you think about it, those are unusually high up. Huh. That makes sense now. Like, from your perspective, it seemed normal, but when you realize, like, oh, to a normal person, that wouldn't have been that high.
How high is this ceiling?
The ceiling is about 20 feet high.
Okay. Same
The other
height
one
as
was-
the first room?
First room was about 10.
Okay. Then I will make my way over to this door, and I will make an investigation check just on the area, the door itself, and the walls surrounding it.
Is this a physical or visual check that you're doing?
I will start with a visual check.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that for me.
That is a 10.
Right. On looks, it looks like a door. All the doors look kind of the same. They just look like basic wooden doors. They're not fancy. They're not pretty. It doesn't have writing or etchings on it. It's just a standard wooden door, as far as you can tell.
Does the door have a lock or a keyhole?
It does have a keyhole.
Okay. I will turn to the group and say, shall we see what's behind door number 1?
Go for it.
We shall.
I try and open the door.
Make me a strength check.
How long has it been since we started down the chute? Half hour?
Probably about 15, 20.
Okay. That is a 13.
All right. Yeah, okay. I didn't need that. I want you to do that. Wake up, iPad. You go and reach for the handle, and as soon as you do, the door leaves the wall and no longer looks like a door, and instead is an amorphous blob grappling you.
Cool.
Of course it is.
Oh.
Hooray! I will try and escape the grapple.
Everyone, please roll me initiative, just so we can have that
Hey.
just in case.
Just in case.
You know, as you do sometimes.
As they do.
As one
This
does.
one.
Ugh. Awful.
Advantage on initiative.
Oh man.
Oh, that's an 18 for me.
The curse of clerics.
Oh.
It's real. It's real.
It's the
Oh,
cleric
it's rough.
curse.
22
What'd
for
you-
me.
22 for Nell. What did the room get?
Yep.
Hey,
6.
That's pretty
Hey.
good.
Safia has had a 0.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
0.
It's possible. And Eris?
12.
That's good stuff. All right. You are grappled, and Nell immediately jumps in action. All of a sudden, like, immediately sees what happens. Like, oh god.
Oh shit.
Not a
It
door.
just, yep, that's not a door. How do you respond?
Well, first of all, I am seeing Throom get kind of ensconced by the door, basically.
Mhm.
I will be, oh geez, okay, yeah, no. And I will again play a little tune, a little more mournful this time. And give him and I will bonus action inspire him.
Don't lie, you know it's never gonna give you up.
No. It's not quite a funeral march yet, but it's like it's gone from like, oh, happy, this could be really fun, to like this fucking door, to this fucking door isn't a door. And then, so yes, bonus action for that, because I am weak as hell and I sure as shit can't pull him out. But I can. What can I do to a door? Can I do anything to a door? No, probably not. Yeah. I am just going to cast, oh god.
I don't know that spell, but it sounds like a spell.
Sounds like a cleric.
Oh god.
I mean,
That sounds like a cleric spell.
cleric
I was gonna say it sounds like a cleric spell.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna cast vicious mockery because I don't actually know whether or not it is a creature.
Okay.
And until I do, I don't want to use things that are restricted to creatures only.
Okay. There's a save that goes with that,
There's
correct?
a save. It is a wisdom save. However, it is at a creature I can see within range. So if it is a creature, it makes a save. If it is not a creature, then it will not work.
Okay. What's the DC?
15.
Okay. You play your flute in a rude and condescending way. And the blob that is holding your friend, it doesn't have any sort of a visual or verbal response. But it does seem to sort of like perhaps grip a little tighter.
Okay.
So if you want to roll for damage.
All right. So it is 2d4 psychic damage, and it has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes.
Okay.
Before the end of next turn. So that's 6 psychic damage.
All right.
And for my movement, I'm going to move the hell away from doors. Because, yeah. I'll just move myself over here into the middle of the room, away from all walls. Because now I trust none of them. Guys, can we like pull them out or something?
Right. The form holding your friend doesn't do anything else. It is just holding on. You
I'm not
kind of watch it for a second. I'm sorry?
I'm not taking any damage from it.
You're not taking any damage from it. You're simply being held. You guys kind of watch and you're like, it's not doing anything other than just giving him a really aggressive hug. And you wait a couple seconds and you realize it's just giving that really aggressive hug. And Takura, how do you respond? You're up.
I watch what it's doing, and since I see that it's not doing any damage, I will look at Eris and Nell and say, keep an eye on him. And I would like to take out the keys
Mhm.
and go start inspecting the doors, thinking that maybe if we find the right door, it will let him go to which, the corresponding key to get it unlocked.
Okay. Please go to the corresponding door you're going to start at.
Okay, so he's here. I will start, since I'm here, I'm going to start just with this one over here that's just right in front of me.
Okay. And just for sake of there, that little dot is the one that we already checked. Did I put that on the
Yes.
right layer? Can you see the dot?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. You said you want to investigate the door. Are you, again, is that a visual or
Yes.
physical investigation?
So it's a physical investigation, and what I'm going to do is, knowing that we've already used key 19 and there were 3 other keys in that group that looked like that one, I want to start just trying to fit those 3 keys in the locks, just trying to narrow it down more.
Okay. You pick one of the keys from that grouping. You start with one. You got close with one last time. So start with one again. You go to fit it in the lock, and please make me a strength save.
Oh, fuck. Nope. That dice is done. Goodbye.
And similar to what happened with your friend, all of a sudden that door seems to unhinge from the wall and no longer be the shape of a door, and instead is an amorphous blob that just grabs onto you.
As it,
Chomp, chomp.
if I can't do this, it's okay. As it grabs me, can I kind of like throw my hands up in the air? It's like, ah, fuck. Holding the keys out.
That's fine.
Not this one.
Like, oh shit, not this one. All right, there you go. You guys are
Somebody else,
hold.
get the keys.
All right.
Try it. We've got to get the doors open.
And Eris, you're the first to kind of realize, great, now both of my friends, or 2 of my friends, have been attacked by the doors. Great.
Fantastic.
You're up.
Awesome. I guess I'll go grab the keys. And I will... Jesus. I'm actually going to try and pull Sakura out of the amorphous blob.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
That'll go well. Nat 20!
All right. You get over there and you're like, this is bullshit. You just
I go like flying out.
and you just managed to catch it as like the blob was kind of like almost as if it had like taken a breath, and so it wasn't holding on as deeply, and you just yank right in that second. And your friend comes free, and the blob, once it's no longer grappling your friend, lays down on the floor and looks like a door again.
Okay.
Is the door like on the floor so that it's just like wall door on the floor?
It's just on the floor. At an angle, crooked. There is no wall. There's no door on the wall. It is wall.
Okay.
I will hand the keys back.
Okay. We need to narrow down which is the right door.
Well, we only have 3 left.
And it is... Well, you guys you managed to get free. You're trying to be like, oh god. Throom, it is your turn.
I will attempt to escape the grapple.
All right.
And is it an actual grapple?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because typically I can roll athletics or acrobatics, unless it's stated otherwise. Does it have to be a strength check?
You can do. I'll let you do either one in this case.
Okay. I'm actually going to do athletics anyway. I think advantage is going to be better overall than a +2 bonus. And that is a 12. Probably not enough.
You have inspiration.
I do have inspiration. It's a D8, isn't it?
It's a D8.
I'm going to use my inspiration. 14.
All right. You're trying to get free, and like for a second, you manage to get like your elbow kind of up and out, but it responds by just kind of like sucking on you and grappling you tighter. And now your arm's stuck in this really awkward position. You are still grappled.
Okay.
Is there a bonus action you want to take?
No, because I do not want to cast Healing Word at it.
I mean, you could. Right. Nell, it is your turn.
Okay. 3 more doors. I think I will try and they
I
have knobs. Do they actually have knobs?
From just glancing at them, they all look to be ordinary doors with knobs that would turn.
With knobs that would turn.
But that's what the first two looked like as well.
Okay. This door over here, the next one down past the room.
Mm-hmm.
Can I cast Mage Hand and try and use that to turn the knob?
Sure. You go ahead and you cast Mage Hand and try to turn the knob, and it's almost as if it kind of just goes almost through the wall.
Not that one. It's not a door.
Okay.
Does the hand get grappled by a blob liquid?
No, the hand does not get grappled.
Okay.
Right. Any bonus action or movement you'd like to do?
I will move so that I can, at the very least, potentially be in range of the other doors.
All right.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm sorry, which one did you hit?
I tried the one up by Throom, the next one over.
Okay. Got it.
Hand just kind of passed right through it like it wasn't there.
So you have in some way tested all three of the ones with little boxes there. The thing grappling your friend doesn't do anything else, just keeps giving you a big ol' hug.
Does it appear to be like moving or shifting, or does it appear to be static?
It's moving or shifting in the way that like a living creature would.
Okay.
It's not like a statue is on you or anything like that.
So it's not like I'm just being like restrained by like spider webs or just like a pile of goo.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a creature holding on to you.
There's a thing.
Yeah. All right. It continues to give you a big old bear hug, and Sakura.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Eris and I'm gonna hand her the keys. And I'm gonna say, if I get stuck, you go work on the other door. I should be able to get out of it this time myself.
Okay.
So you have the keys now. So I'm going to go to this door here. And I'm just gonna just straight go for the knob and just try to pull it open and see if it me again.
Give me a strength check.
12, so 11.
Jesus.
We're not a very strong
Yeah.
group.
No.
No, yeah. I was hoping you guys would choose this room when I saw your party.
Well, last time I rolled a natural 1 and I have a -1, so
Same situation. You're like, great, this again. And you are bear hugged by what used to be a door.
and I just it's not covering my face, right?
No, it's not covering your face. You can breathe and talk normally.
I just tell
You're fine.
Eris, just go to the other door.
Right. It is indeed Eris's turn.
I will go to the last door and try it. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to try it. I'm going to rummage around in my backpack and pull out a spoon from my mess kit. And I'm going to throw it at the door.
Okay.
I want to see if it goes through, / hits the wall behind it, / irritates whatever it is.
I'm not going to make you roll to throw in a straight line a few feet. Like, that seems a little silly. I'll give you that. You throw the spoon and the door jumps at it.
Oh,
and bear hugs it again.
my spoon!
And you're probably not getting that spoon back.
No.
And you look around, and now you just see the door you came in, and a bunch of stone walls.
And the door we came in is open still, or did it close behind us?
It did not automatically close, so unless you
Okay.
guys chose to close it behind you.
No.
Oh,
All right.
God, what are we doing?
Anything else, Eris?
No, I don't think I have any bonus actions. Hold on. Let me double check.
I'll say that was a bonus action unarmed strike. Like, that's not. You can still take an actual action or something of that sort.
Bonus action, throw spoon.
Listen, I don't know. Well,
have to find the right key.
lightning probably can't strike twice, but we'll try it anyway. I'll go try and help Sakura out again. No.
I can get out of it if you want to try something else.
It's either this or I attack the other one. Attack one. I'm a little afraid to antagonize it at this point.
Okay. I mean, you could throw your fork at the other one to see if the mage hand really deemed it not a door, but that's up to you.
I've already lost one piece of cutlery today. If I throw my fork, then I have nothing to eat with.
It's up to you.
I'll try and pull you out.
Yeah.
15.
And what the fuck? Lightning strikes twice. And you are able... Oh, shit. Ignore that. That's the wrong thing. You are able to, now that you've seen these things in action a little bit, you're like, all right, last time I waited until it was, moving a little bit. I'm going to do it again. You time it, and yank your friend out.
Huzzah!
God, like a
Alright.
contraction. Just like birthed me out of the slime.
Yes, you have birthed your friend out of this amorphous blob twice. And just like last time, once it's no longer grappling anything, it falls onto the floor, looking like a door again.
Cool.
Hell.
Throom, it is your turn.
I am going to ask it to make a Constitution saving throw.
Room's getting irritated.
And I am going to speak a word of radiance. And I don't know what word I say, but I say it in my native tongue.
What was the DC?
The DC is 16.
Just misses.
As a result, it will take 2d6 radiant damage. That is 6 points of damage.
All right. You do your word of radiance, and you don't hear like a screech or anything of that nature, but for like a split second, the grapple seems to not be quite as strong.
Okay.
All right. Nell.
Okay. So all the doors are bad.
Mm-hmm.
But the two that have already grappled us, they literally fell on the floor, so we know that they're false doors. One of these could still be the door. Maybe we need to activate the trap on it.
How far away am I from a trap? Let's see. I mean, think you can pull me out if I get stuck in a door?
Y'all get stuck indoors, you're screwed.
Our party's stuck in
There
a door.
are more doors than people.
Well, now there's only 3.
Yeah,
I
there's
have
two
Misty
on the
stuff.
ground,
I
though.
could,
Oh, there's
in
just
theory,
one door.
I should be able to. Yeah, I mean, in theory, I should be able to get out of one. I do have Misty stuff. Can only use it once, though.
Nell, go ahead and give me a perception check. As you're just like, how are all the doors fake? And you're looking around.
21.
You're just like, how are all the doors fake? This doesn't make any sense. And you look around, and you happen to look a little bit more up.
Yep.
And there's a trap door on the ceiling.
Of course there is.
Oh,
can't
yeah.
fly.
So there's actually 6 doors.
And this one doesn't look like any others. It looks like a standard trap door.
Does it have a pulley or anything?
It's got the string.
Like an attic door.
Yeah, like an attic door. Just got a little string.
How far up is it?
I said this room is 20 feet.
20 feet? Right.
I think we're going to need to get our friend out of the blob in order to get to the door.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we are. Do you want me to open it now? Or do you want me to attack the blob?
Maybe try opening it first.
Mage hand, drop it on where it was by the other door, recast it 20 feet up, right by where that string is.
All right.
And it's a very delicate hand, by the way. This is like, instead of like, it doesn't look like one of those big, like, it's very dainty. Just like.
It's got like long manicured nails and shit.
It's got a French manicure. They're like nice and filed. This mage hand has not worked a lot.
Yes, the prettiest mage hand ever.
Mhm.
Reaches up, grabs the string, and a ladder falls down.
Oh, shit. Oh, look at that.
Even
We
better.
still need our friend, though.
Yeah.
All right. I'll keep that. And can I help him with anything? Probably not. Not at this. Well, I will try and inspire him again. Now it's just like literally just like singing, being like, come on, come on, you could do it, you could do it.
All right. So he is inspired again. The blob just continues to give a big ol' hug.
Dang.
Yes, just gives a big hug, does not attack, bite, or anything of that nature. And so, Sakura, what would you like to do?
Okay. I'm not strong or anything, but I do have an idea in that. Can I go up to the blob and see if I can maybe like push him out of it, but like also worm in behind him and take his place so that it's still grappling something, just not him, since I'm pretty sure I can get out of this myself.
Sure. I'm going to say, since you're trying to like usually you can do, if you're trying to get out of a grapple, you can do like athletics to be like sneak your way out, or strength, but you're literally trying to like push them apart essentially.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's a strength check though. I'll let you do strength. If you have anything in athletics, you can use athletics.
Okay.
But something strength based there.
It's fine. I have a minus strength, but I mean, I got nothing else. Okay. I rolled a 2. So 1.
Okay.
Damn.
You go over there to try to like become a wedge, and yeah, it's just like you're trying to push a boulder. Nothing really happens. You don't get grappled.
My feet
but
are like
you,
slipping on the floor.
yeah, you maybe have moved this. Well, what we said that Thorm is like 300 something pounds, so like
Mhm.
maybe 400 pounds of weight. You maybe manage to like move a half an inch, but that's about it.
And I'll stop pushing it. She's like, stupid blob, and I'll kick at it.
All right. Anything else? Any other movement or anything like that? All right. Eris.
We're gonna see if lightning strikes 3 times.
If you get a freaking hat trick.
I won't.
Realize that burns it for like the next like entire week.
I know.
I know, Sam, you have to play again on Sunday, so.
I know.
Natural 20.
18.
Jesus. How? This doesn't make sense.
You know how I roll. This makes no sense whatsoever.
It's just offsetting course for us.
Nerdhouse rules say tie go to the player. So you managed to, and you're not even sure how you did it, because your friend's over 300 pounds, but you managed to just pure adrenaline, mom lifting a car off their baby, pull your friend out of this grapple.
That tracks.
Can we please
That
just
tracks.
appreciate the visual of a cow pulling an elephant out of a blob?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a 6'5", like fairly lean cow
Uh-huh.
pulling like a 7'6", 350-pound elephant person.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. So you managed to pull your friend free, just like the other few times. The door, or the blob, becomes a door again, but is just laying on the ground. But you now have a staircase and a trapdoor that you can go through.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah. We should
Stupid room.
remember to check the, ceilings and floors probably.
We should also maybe all start lifting weights.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
I did pretty good.
That's true.
It's true, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen you like lift that much.
I don't know. I even surprised myself.
Be really careful tomorrow. You don't want to like.
I'll probably
Oh.
trip over a twig tomorrow. It's fine.
No.
break a bone.
Nature
put you out
always has a
faster.
balance.
Be careful when you bend over to pick up those keys, because when you straighten,
You're gonna pull out your back.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
You have the keys, right?
Yeah, I've got them.
Okay. I presume you guys are just like wanting to get the F out of this room.
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
book it. All right. Up the ladder you guys go. And again, after you kind of realize there's a pattern here, like you go into the natural cave system, there's whatever magical room that he's created, and back into the natural cave system. Now you realize you have gone significantly further up. But you kind of come out on the other side of the trap door, and you're in another open cavern.
Yep.
This time, there is only one pathway, though. Still lit, but there are no forks in the road this time.
Let's go.
Onward.
All right. You guys walk similarly. You walk for another 5 minutes or so. Again, you are going uphill. It's not a steep incline, but you realize, like, man, like you've kind of like, man, we must have started really far down because we have gone significantly further up each level we've gone through. But after about 5 minutes, you hit again another wooden door that stands in front of you. The door is closed. Not open like the first one, not as inviting, tricksily inviting, but it is a closed wooden door.
Well, anyone want to do the honors?
I'll do it. I will investigate.
All right.
$15.
Right. You go up to the door, take like a second, you kind of pause, be like, no, I said I would do it. You touch the door, nothing happens. Phew. Twist the handle, and it is perfectly unlocked.
Open the door.
All right. You open the door, and you see a room that has essentially 7 pedestals in it, as well as 2 different doorways.
Okay. And in the middle, is that water? Like, is it what it looks like? Is it water?
It is.
The bowl thing. Okay.
Wait, you said there were 7 pedestals?
Yeah, including the one with the water in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. I can count. For half a second I thought I couldn't. I was like, wait, what did I say? Oh no.
I was making sure I heard you correctly.
No, I'm just kidding.
I want to go up to the middle and just like examine the one with the water.
Okay, go ahead and move
Investigation.
yourself up there. Yep.
And I will investigate this small pedestal.
yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and all of you guys, wherever you feel like going in the room, you can head in that direction.
Okay, I'm not standing like in it. I'm standing on the stairs.
Yeah. It's all good.
I'm gonna do that. I'll take a look at the other door.
The squares on maps do not always like to be
That's
where
like
I
the
want
biggest
them.
headache.
I
That is
know.
the biggest
Yeah.
headache.
And like at a certain point, I'm just like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care.
That's good enough.
You guys will deal with it. There it is.
Oh, have they turned?
They've
23.
Oh, that's also.
That is a 17.
Okay.
But a 23 with a natural 20 for any smell-related information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just rolled a regular 23.
I rolled a 10.
Okay. So, Throom, you walk up to this pedestal, and you see what looks like a black bowl that's got some sort of like herb or flower in it, actually. And you take a big sniff, and you recognize it as yellow poppy snap flowers. And you take another sniff, and you realize that there are some other sort of ingredients. You get the smell of other potion ingredients within the room. Court, you are... I'm sorry, what was your roll? You said it was
23.
23, thank you. You head up to the big bowl of water, the larger pedestal, and you're kind of like right at the bottom of the stairs. And you realize that there's a bunch of engravings on the large bowl of water. Remind me, which languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Deep Speech, Elvish, Halfling, and Sylvan.
Okay. And you see, first in Common, you notice right away, like the writing on the very top row is in Common. It's repeated over and over. So that's easy to pick out no matter what. And then you realize the languages in the other rows, or the words in the other rows, start becoming different languages, almost like a Rosetta Stone.
Right.
And in Common, it says, only the fast and the fleet escape sleep. And you realize it says the same thing. Like, you start to recognize, oh, it says like the same thing in a couple of different languages, that you recognize the words. The phrasing may be slightly different. It might be quick and free or something of that language nature, but the translation is the same no matter what.
Guys, whatever we do, I think we need to do it quickly. And I relay what the cauldron says.
And I'm sorry, say it again. What it says?
Only the fast and the fleet escape sleep is the phrasing in Common. And you guys are like, Skura says that, and it's like, guys, I think we need to be quick. And as that happens, oh, son of a bitch, sorry. Stupid thing is big stupid.
Foiled by roll 20.
Yes, foiled by roll 20 for my dramatic reveal. Right by that door that you're standing, all of a sudden it opens.
Whoa!
And you see your good buddy, Split Helm, walk in.
Jesus.
And as soon as that door opens, both doors, the one that you guys opened, the one that he opened, they suddenly slam shut. Y'all are stuck in here together.
Well, fuck.
I immediately walk away from this door because there's clearly nothing useful here.
Well,
Okay.
you did roll like a 5.
I did roll a 5. I did absolutely roll a 5, and I got what I rolled.
Yeah.
This asshole.
Rhodes, the herb that is in the bowl that I'm standing at, it was a yellow something. What was that?
Poppy snap flower.
Can I roll something to figure out what that might be a common ingredient of?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me nature or arcana.
Nature or arcana. Do I want a +0 to this roll or a +0?
It's hard.
Decisions.
It's hard when ends your dump stat too.
Yep.
While he's doing that, can I go and look at one of the other smaller bowls to see if there's any runes on those, like there are on the main sort of like cauldron-y thing?
Sure. Go ahead and head over to one, and then you see Split Helm is like, God, this has been the craziest. And he actually walks over to one as well.
Yeah, so I'm going to do this one over here.
I'm actually going to join him at this one after rolling a 4 and gleaning what I'm sure is 0 information.
Yeah, you're not quite sure what it's for.
I'm no alchemist.
Yeah. Your magic comes from God.
Yeah.
I'm
I
assuming
rely on
investigation.
Luxon for all of my magic. I needn't concern myself with all of this alchemy bullshit.
Alchemy bullshit.
I'm assuming investigation.
Yes, investigation is fine.
25.
You recognize that this is why can't I read today? Red Drake root.
So, is there anything on the bowl like that shows? Are there any runes or anything that would like correspond?
This is a plain bowl that are
Okay.
just an ingredient of some sort. You don't see anything written on it.
Okay.
Um,
I'm not proficient in alchemy.
Sam or Tina, do you want to do anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and identify what's in my
the
bowl.
door that I was at.
Mm-hmm.
While she was investigating the door and found asshole behind door number 1.
Yay.
If I grab door number 2,
It doesn't do anything.
locked?
No, locked. Yeah,
Okay.
doesn't attack you.
Okay.
But you just have a locked door there.
All right. Then, yeah, I guess I will head and just shout to everyone, yep, it's locked. Shocking. And head myself over to, I think it's the back one that has not been.
Right. Sam, did you want to roll a investigation or something of that nature over there?
Yep. That's a 7.
All right. You find actually what looks to be a mortar and pestle. There's no ingredient in it. Nothing special.
Where do we find the mortar and pestle?
Oh, where I'm standing.
Over here.
We
Okay.
probably have to grind up the ingredient.
Pestle.
With
Makes
a 11 perception or investigation rather, do I glean what is in this bowl?
You find blue piranha stalks. And I will, with your enhanced smell senses, whatnot, I will also give you that you sniff, and there is a new smell in the room. That when you did your first couple of sniffs, it didn't smell like that.
New smell as in our dwarf friend or something in addition to him?
In addition, like you sat next to him last night, you kind of know what he smells like. This doesn't smell like a person. It smells like something else that's got to have some sort of floral plant-like undertones to it.
I'll call out. Do I have any idea what blue piranha stalks might be a alchemical ingredient for?
Give me another nature or arcana check.
That is a 12.
You're really not sure. You're like, come on, what is this room? And you're kind of like, where's the druid and the ranger? You have a job to do, guys.
Well, it's just funny because I have an herbalism kit, which gives me proficiency to identifying this shit. So
That's.
So I just need to get there.
For mine, I had rolled a 26.
All right. You find a bowl, an additional bowl of red drake root.
Okay. 2 times.
That's what. So, are there 2 bowls of red drake root then?
There are.
Okay.
I will call out to Eris as I walk over to her and say, do you have any idea what yellow poppy snaps or blue piranha stalks might be used for in alchemy?
Can I roll a nature check?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
And you said you have an herbalism kit, correct?
I do.
And that gives you advantage?
It gives me I get proficiency. Proficiency with this kit allows you to lets you add your proficiency bonus to any ability checks you make to identify or apply herbs.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and use that if it helps boost it.
Yes. Oh, much better. Okay. Nature is that with my proficiency? It is already with my proficiency, so it's not an additional bonus, but that's okay. It's better than a 0. It's a 3. So, 17.
Oh, okay. I was like, Jesus Christ, Sam. Worst druid ever.
Seriously. She's a city druid.
I was just gonna say she's a city druid.
I'm a city druid. It's okay.
You kind of think for a second, and you're like, wait, poppy snap flowers and piranha stalks, and what did I hear them say over there? Something about red drakes. You can use it to make a potion of haste.
You did say we had to be out of here fast.
I'll go over to the other pillar and look to see what's in that one too.
I'll also call out to the rest of the group that if we need to make a potion, we should do that post haste. Something else might be in the room with us, and while they're doing that, can I make a perception check?
Mm-hmm. And Court, what was your roll? Sorry, yes. Go ahead and roll, Dustin, but just kidding. Court.
It's 15. Not as good this time.
That's fine. You find another bowl of the yellow poppy snap flowers.
Okay, I'll just I'll say, knowing my druid friend is probably better at this than I am. More poppies over here, and that in the middle, there's water in it. I think this is what makes the potion.
And Dustin, what was your perception?
17.
Is that with the smell-o-vision?
Yes.
Okay. That's what it is. You realize, you kind of look around because you're trying to identify that smell. And while you're not 100% certain, the notes of the smell, you realize that the room actually looks a little bit hazy.
Awesome.
Fuck.
Okay.
Everyone, go ahead and make me a con save, please.
Oh, shit.
Is this charmed or magic?
It is magic.
I have advantage on saves against it.
Nope, totally fair. It's always hard to be like, I don't want to tell you what the effect is and ruin the whole storytelling, but you need to know.
Yeah. Natural 20. So
okay.
So, yeah, as a half elf, I have these advantage against being charmed, and magic can put you to sleep. So, would I roll an advantage as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, if it's a sleep effect and you can't be put to sleep by magical means, then you would automatically succeed.
I can still roll though.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah, actually magic can't put me to sleep either.
What did
That's Galadrin. Don't sleep.
I rolled a 7, so I'm probably falling asleep.
12 for me.
You said 17. Okay. So yeah, the two with elf blood, fine. But your big friends are starting to get a little drowsy. And even your friend Split Helm is he kind of starts to walk over to Eris and Throom, like, what are you guys talking about over here? And gets about 5 feet or so, and he's a little guy, and so he actually kind of just keels over, kind of pauses, drops to a knee, and then a few seconds later, he's kind of curled up on his shield.
No.
Fast
That's the
asleep.
problem with dwarves. They're real small, but they still have real big lungs.
Okay.
Do we notice our large friends getting sleepy?
Make me a perception check.
Yeah, I guess I could see them.
Oh, this is-
Not good. Mm,
13. Oh no, sorry.
11.
18.
You, Sakura, are able to notice, like, you see Split Home pass out, essentially. And then you're kind of like, oh gosh, you check on your friends, you realize your half-elf friend is totally fine due to your ancestry, and then you look at your other two friends and you see like that it's that I've been studying all night for finals, I droop, kind of like, no, I can do it, I'm gonna stay awake, but their eyes are
That
starting
never
to
works.
droop.
Okay.
Like,
And you really realize, like, man, I wish I could give him a monster right now.
is this like late Saturday at the con?
Mm-hmm.
Like, nope, we're going to that 10 p.m.
Yeah, but they're premiering that movie,
Yeah.
guys, and we have to see it.
Yep.
Uh,
Eris, do you know or Sakura, do you know how to make potions?
yeah, so I want to kind of go up to Eris and just say, basically, seeing you're falling asleep, I kind of will, like, if I can reach you, pat you on the cheek, and just say, the ingredients, do we mix all of them together? Does it have to be in a specific order? What do we do?
Can I walk them through it with the ingredients that Sam doesn't know, but I assume Eris would know at this point.
Yeah, since you've already investigated, kind of realized, oh yeah, this would make a potion of haste if you do it right. You walk them through. You essentially need 2 parts of the flowers, 2 parts of the roots, hence why there's more.
More, yeah. And then one part of the
and then as well as the stalks, 1 part of those per potion.
Okay.
In order to make this.
So I point out, they actually kind of have it pretty well laid out for us. 1 from each bowl. Yeah, 2 parts red, 2 parts yellow, 1 part blue.
I will look at and I'll look at Nell and say, we only need 2 potions.
Yes. Well, what about
sex for him? And I just go and start following her instructions and making the 2 potions.
Okay.
do you have any vials? Anything to put this in?
I do.
They are in the herbalism kit.
Yeah.
Okay.
All vials.
I only know that because Fen. My druid.
So whichever of you is making the potion, go ahead and roll me a nature check. Nature or Arcana, whichever you're better at. You can roll it with advantage. And then Throom and Eris, give me another con save, please.
I'm rolling nature just to let you know.
Okay.
Me, 11.
Okay.
18.
Okay. Throom?
What was that? You broke up a little bit.
Oh, con save, please. Trying to see if you're still awake.
That is a natural 20.
Hey.
For
You
22.
you are still fighting the good fight. But Eris kind of like clutches on to the pedestal that's right there, and then kind of slumps over it and starts to snore, like knocks off what was on it. It just goes flying, and she kind of uses it to sleep on as if it were a pillow.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, you said yours was an 18 court?
18. Yeah.
All right. You are able to successfully make one potion with that.
Okay. I'll give it to our sleeping friend first to wake her up. And yeah. And then I'll go about making another one.
Okay.
Or I'll
Go
hand
ahead.
it to Nell and let her to decide who to give it to first. So
Sure.
and then I'll start on the second one.
Okay. And you can roll that with advantage again.
Okay.
And I
15.
will, yeah.
That was 15 on the second one.
All right. This time you're kind of like, man, why did she knock it down? They're dirty. I don't know if it's gonna still work if they're dirty. I hope it works. And you like blow them off, clean them off a little bit.
Like wipe it on my shirt.
Yes. I don't know how dirt affects the potion. I don't know. Is that an ingredient? Like, it's kind of like, you say one syllable wrong and you end up with a buffalo on your chest. Like, I don't know. So you're a little worried, but you are able to successfully create a second potion. So you do have 2 potion of haste and 2 sleeping people, 1 very sleepy elephant.
I think I will feed to Eris first, since
Right.
as much as I kind of want to let her sleep there, she looks really cute and really comfortable. Yeah,
Like those napping cows you see in fields.
I don't. Yeah, I feel like on the one hand I want to cover her with like a blanket and just let her do her thing. On the other hand, she's gonna be really mad when she wakes up in the middle of like a cave.
Okay, so I'll give the second one to Throm, and I'll just say, you guys start trying to figure out how to get out of here. I'll make another one for this asshole, but we should find out how to get out of here before we before we feed it to him.
All right. So Eris is being force-fed one.
Hold her nose.
Yeah, you like
Take
tilt her
head
head back, hold the nose, like get down there.
Carefully kind of like dribble it in because it's like, is she gonna choke? I don't know. I don't want her to like choke and die.
I don't know cow anatomy.
Yeah, I don't know how this works. Is it like
how many
smelling
stomachs
stuff?
do they have?
Is this like a thing where I just like put it under her nose?
After very daintily pouring it down her throat, a couple seconds go by. You wait for it to hit the system, and you do really think to yourself, oh man, like how many stomachs do they have? Does she need 2? Like, I don't know. Do I need okay. And just as you're thinking you're about to like tell your friend to be like, maybe make another one just in case, her eyes start to open and starts to wake up.
How long was I out?
Not long. You looked really comfortable.
And yeah.
And you
feel okay? You feeling
I'm
good?
okay.
And I take mine as
I'm
well.
okay.
You do take yours even though you're not asleep yet?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I'm hearing correctly. All right. You down yours as well. And the other door opens.
Does the door we came in open?
No. The 2 doors that you guys entered in between you and Split Helm stay closed. So the 3rd door opens up.
Okay.
I will make one more. Should I roll with advantage again?
Yep.
Okay. 18.
Okay. You are able to you're like, I got it. I got it. And successfully create a 3rd one.
It took her a few minutes to get up. We'll pour it down his throat and leave. He can figure out how to get out of here. I'll go up to the sleeping, whatever, the split helm, and I'll pour it down his throat and kind of like plug his nose so he has to swallow it. And
Book it.
then I'll just like once because I assume I can like kind of see his throat contract, like swallow it. Once I see his throat kind of contract, like I'll let go of his nose and just kind of like hold my hand there for a second. Like I'm not trying to kill him. I make sure that he's like breathing. And then like when I am sure of that, I'll just like get the fuck out. Like he can get his ass up and figure out how to get out of there.
All right. You go ahead and do that. The door is still open. It didn't close in the meantime or anything of that nature. And you're able to successfully walk through.
Huzzah!
Yay.
Yeah. You walk through the door, and this time, instead of the pattern you've had of like cave, magical room, cave, magical room, you actually step directly. F you, roll 20. Directly into another room.
God
This
damn
one's a
it!
lot smaller. It's got a few doors again. And at first you're like, oh God,
I look up at the
why?
Look at the ceiling and down his face.
Look up at the ceiling, look down at the floor. Is this shit right above the other one?
You don't see any trapdoors, but you do see a table and chairs and a gnome sitting at the table.
Does he look like the projection that we saw earlier?
He does not.
Okay.
He's like, oh, finally someone got here. Thought it was just gonna be me, bored for the rest of the day. And he's got you realize that in front of him are some glasses, and there's a bottle of, you're not sure what it is, but he's got a glass of it in his hand.
I'm gonna go over and take a seat.
All right.
I'll go take a seat as well.
Okay. So you guys,
Likewise.
I guess we'll sit.
Only
You
polite.
you guys head over, and he's like, "Wow, you guys are the first to make it to me. I'm Jalik. I'm Igor's friend, and your goal is you have to get through that door." And he points to the door behind him. He's like,
Would that be this door?
Mhm.
Okay.
He says, "You got to get through that door." Now, there's this whole like riddle thing that the door will give you, and you can do all of that, and that's really boring. Or if you can outdrink me, I'll just tell you the password.
Can I roll insight?
Yeah.
Sure.
Not that I think I can outdrink this.
I think out of any of us, you could do it.
Insight is a 19.
I'm 15.
Was anyone else rolling, or just you two?
No.
No.
Is this-
Okay.
Oh, no, forget it.
Okay.
It was-
He seems sincere. He just looks like, yeah. Look, I got a bottle of booze here. I'm stuck in this room all day long. Bottle of booze, glasses. And you, Tina, do remember hearing of someone talking about Igor and his friend
Yeah.
his friend, and they liked to drink.
You know, last night there was a group talking about how, well, no, obviously, but how Igor and his friend, and sorry he got your name wrong, but to be fair, he probably drank a lot.
All right, well, I guess it's fine. Not everyone can hold their
No, but
liquor.
I think he may have gotten the first letter, a little messed up after that. But yeah, they mentioned this last night. Do we all
I turned to
have
the group
drink?
and just
Do we all have to drink with you, or is it just one of us? Is this like a group?
Well, I suppose can't force anybody to drink. The point of drink is to be fun. You can't force somebody to do it. But if you all do it, there's 4 of you and 1 of me, so maybe one of you will be able to outdrink me. Better odds.
Well, we didn't drink too much last night, so
I'm sorry, Dustin, what were you saying?
I was just gonna turn to the group and say there's no reason we all have to drink.
You don't have to, as you said.
I will. Can I? I'm gonna get up from the table and say that is a very interesting proposal, but I am curious what the riddle is. And I'll walk over to the door and read the riddle.
Sorry. Thing is frozen. Please wake up. Thank you. Come on. You get over to the door and you see etchings on there that says, "A man dies of old age on his 25th birthday. How is that possible?" No. While he is looking at the door, what are the other 3 of you doing?
Like to the rest of you. Drink.
I'm waiting for him to share the riddle if he gets a riddle. I think she doesn't know whether or not the door is going to talk to him or if it.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, at this point.
But if he shares it, or if the door starts speaking, I want to cast Detect Thoughts and focus on the gnome and see if perhaps just hearing the riddle, I'm not going to push too hard, but concentrate on him and see if there's anything in there in the surface thoughts that might indicate an answer.
Okay. Dustin, do you share the riddle, like read it out loud?
I do, and I just sent you a message on Discord.
And now I gotta click a new button that I wasn't planning on clicking.
Sorry.
I think I.
Okay. I figured, but I just wanted to make sure. I think you know I know the answer though. if I'm right, I will come walk back over to the table. Tell him that he is free to start pouring the drinks, and I will share the riddle with the rest of my compatriots.
Okay. So then, Nell, you cast Detect Thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And the thoughts you get on a surface level are basically, why did I agree to sit in this room? I can't believe that I lost that bet. This is stupid. This is so stupid. He's lucky he's my best friend. Is this bottle even gonna last me all day? But he does.
Probably not.
He does pour you each shots. Says, all right, whoever's drinking And he holds up his own shot. Says, cheers.
Cheers.
I will raise the glass and drink it.
All right. Who all is drinking?
I'll take a drink.
All right. All of you, please give me con saves. I will say that Eris and Throom can do that with advantage.
Oh, not good. Not good.
First one
Well,
was better.
thank you for that.
Nah, the first roll was better for me. 21.
19.
Okay. Court.
12.
10.
Okay. You guys do your shot, and dear God, it's somewhere between 1920s moonshine and Everclear.
Oh god.
Oh, God.
I think you might have mixed up the bottle.
Like, what are you talking about? He says, and like he did his shot, but he also has a glass of it that he takes a sip of.
Oh my god.
This one might be pig thinner.
And so Nell and Sakura, you guys do this. You're like, oh God, like you have to try not to vom instantly. This is disgusting.
It's like
But
one of those that like hits the back of your throat and just comes right back out.
yeah, it's not good. Thankfully, you both rolled double digits, so you don't throw up, but it does not feel good going down. It doesn't feel good staying down either. Like you almost wish you had thrown up just to get it out.
Oh, God, I'm gonna throw up later.
But
gonna make me
Eris
feel
and Throom have a little bit of extra pep in their step right now. And so while it is disgusting, it doesn't hit you quite as hard.
I will put the shot glass down and ask, so how long have you been friends with our elusive host?
Oh gosh. He kind of like stops for a second and like does math, and he's like, man, I'm pretty sure I've known him like 200 years or so. It's been a long time.
That would be a very long time. Twice the years that man lived.
And he just kind of smirks. It's like, I guess. And takes
Funny
it.
thing about February 29th, it only comes once every 4 years.
And says, all right, if you didn't want to have a drinking contest, you could have just said so.
Wait, we
And
can still do that.
no, it's not fun now. I just kind of gestures. She's like, it'll be unlocked now. Go on through.
I give him a nod and say, I'm sorry, I hope your next drinking friends will be a bit more entertaining.
Yeah. Or maybe just not as smart. That'll work too.
I don't see the difference.
If the guy who's following us from the last room comes through, you might have a chance.
Oh, but do you really want to be in here for like hours with him?
I don't think he's gonna have much of a choice. Probably won't last that long.
I'm sorry. Just in advance. I apologize. It's gonna be rough. You might want to get another. He shows up.
All right. Well,
There's
thanks
an
for the warning.
unfortunate difference between intelligence and the illusion of intelligence.
I'll
Suppose
get
so.
up and head to the door. And I just kind of give him a little nod of my head.
All right. You guys all head to the door, I presume, and through.
Yes, I thank him
Yes.
for the drink. and
I
then
get
head
that
through.
tingly feeling when I stand up.
Yeah, it's not fun. Oh,
Oh,
again, you wish you had thrown up because it would be over.
You better.
it's like when I'm forced to drink peppermint schnapps.
Mhm.
As I pass by the gnome, I will again cast Lesser Restoration and try and cure him of any impairments that the alcohol may have done to him already. And say,
You
we want to make sure you're fresh for your next guest. And I give him a wink.
Oh, thanks. It's a neat trick. Really could have used that in 76. You're not sure which 76. All right. And do you head through the door?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. You head through the door and you walk into, and you realize you've been going up and up and up. And now you're actually in what looks to be a grand library with beautiful windows. And you can tell that this is built into the edge of the mountain. And you see another gnome, this one that looks just like the projection, standing there. His back is turned to you. He's kind of looking around, looking outside, looking at the beautiful scenery from this high up on the mountain. And once he hears the door, he turns around and goes, "Oh, finally. Excellent. That only took... Well, I didn't really take you guys that long at all. I guess I should have made it a little bit more difficult. But a deal is a deal. Anyone that could get through is a winner."
Well, your sleeping room nearly got us, but fortunately, some of us are elves. And our cow friend over there managed to tell us how to make the potions before she fell asleep.
Damn it. I always forget about that with elves. It's just not fair. But, oh well. And he walks over to the table that he's standing next to and picks up what looks like a small wooden chest. And walks a few feet over to you guys and says, "And here is the greatest treasure you have ever seen. Which of you will be accepting it?"
I look at through him.
Yeah.
Eris is a little enamored by the big tree. Like, the greatest treasure ever is fantastic, but this big ass tree is like, being underground sucked, and this is really nice. So she looks at the room.
I just kind of look to the rest of you.
Go ahead.
I turn to our host and say, it appears I've been elected.
All right. And he holds it out and lifts the lid. And Throom, you gasp in shock because inside is something you never thought you would see in your lifetime. It is the lost religious relic of your people. And to think it's been sitting in this mountain this entire time, that some adventurer found it however many years ago, and it's just been sitting there. But now you have it. Now it's yours.
I close the lid of the chest, wait for a moment, and open it back up. It's still
And
the thing.
Yeah, you're like, now you're double shocked because like for a second you were shocked to see it. You've only seen it in, like pictures essentially. And now you're like, did I imagine that? I imagined that. And you open it and no, like that is what it is. And you look up at Igor and you're like, and you just feel this overwhelming gratitude to the point that you're like, I can't just take this from him. It's got such great value. I have to give him something in return for it. It's only fair that I somehow repay his kindness for retrieving this artifact that
Yeah, and
we've
I
been looking
just
for.
look at him like just wide-eyed and dumbstruck.
And he's got a very self-satisfied smirk on his face. What are the three of you doing?
I'm kind of
I'm gonna roll
just
insight
watching.
on this gnome.
Okay.
I'm watching through him just to see how he reacts pretty much to the everything in here. And once I kind of have seen his reaction, I just like look all around. Just I'm amazed at seeing the huge tree inside the library and then just looking out over the what I assume is kind of pretty amazing scenery, like just stunned.
Okay. And Eris, what are you doing?
Kind of watching through him now. Like the tree needs a second. But when Throom gasps and I hear the lid open and shut and open again, I'll turn and kind of just watch and see what the fuss is about.
Okay. So Nell, you were doing a wisdom or a insight check. Thank you.
On the gnome, kind of watching him as Throom opened it.
Okay.
And seeing that his expression sort of shift.
Okay.
See if I can glean a bit more on, is he satisfied because he really just wants to be a generous soul and he's so excited that someone made it this far? Or is he satisfied because these dumbasses made their way through his big long thing and now he's going to totally screw them?
Okay. What's your roll?
A math 24.
Math, so hard. You get a lot of self-satisfaction. It doesn't seem necessarily entirely altruistic, though. But he's got that look of someone who is very pleased with themselves. Like, I did it. Fuck yeah. But he doesn't look malicious either. And Court, you said you're doing, if I'm remembering correctly, you said like a general perception check around the place?
Yeah, just to see what I see, if there's any. I mean, it's certainly weird that Throom found something like so sacred to his people. I just want to see, like, are we noticing anything in the room that's unique or telling or gives any sort of indication how that would have ended up here?
Okay.
I must be really enamored. It's a 12.
You glance around the room, and you do see a lot of things that look to be of great value. You see a lot of books, obviously, but you also see other magical objects, things that you can assume would be treasures found. You're not sure exactly what they are, but it definitely looks like there are other things of great value within this room. And you remember hearing and knowing that, he spent a lot of time as an adventurer. Gnomes live a long time. So he's collected a lot of things. He's invented a lot of things. And there's evidence of that in this room.
Can I just kind of say to him, how did you get all these things? How did you How did you know what would be the most valuable treasure in the world?
Well, I've spent many years traveling, adventuring, and researching. You collect a lot, you learn a lot. We'll leave it at that. And Sam, you were going to um, do a check on essentially like Throom and what's happening over there.
Yeah, actually, I kind of want to see. I don't know what I would roll. Maybe like an Arcana check, just like looking at the chest itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there's any like runes on it, or like obviously I don't want to like grab it out of his hands and look at it, but like from where I'm standing, just kind of see if there's anything I notice that I recognize on it, or if it looks like it's kind of hinky or anything like that.
All right, go ahead and roll a Arcana check.
Okay. I mean, it's a +0, so just straight.
No, sorry.
I suggested Arcana, so it's fine. Oh, a 10.
Sorry about it.
So sorry about it.
You are like, all right. Again, you're just like, this seems a little hinky. But your friend's really excited, and like that's great that your friend is so excited. And you like peek into the chest, and you gasp. Because one, you're a little confused to why your friend's so excited about this, but how is it possible that the family heirloom you've been looking for is here? It was taken from your village by a raiding dragon years ago. How would this gnome have gotten it from this dragon? But it's here, like it's in front of you. You can see it. It's right there in this chest all this time.
I look to the gnome. Where did you get that?
He continues to smirk very happily. He says, well, as I told your friend, spent a lot of time traveling and a lot of time learning.
Did I hear her gasp? Like I know we heard through.
Yeah, it's pretty like it's very noticeable that your friends are having a visceral reaction that's very like it's like how there's shock, there's awe, there's excitement. Like you can tell that your friends are having very strong reactions.
Are you guys okay?
This is... I don't understand.
I look at Eris and notice her reaction, and say, how do you know of this artifact?
Artifact? This belongs to my family. This is mine.
When I hear them,
how can it belong to your family? It is an ancient relic of my people.
What
And
it's a symbol of Luxon.
Got it.
And as you guys are talking back and forth, like the smirk on Igor's face just gets bigger and bigger.
When we hear them like arguing about what it is, can I go up and be like, "What are you guys talking? You can't be seeing you can't be seeing two different things in the box." And like, can I try to kind of like look over one of their, or look around one of their.
Yeah, you gotta look over like two of the largest people.
Oh
you
yeah.
know.
You try and
We're,
look
like,
over
bending,
his shoulder. You see how that works out for you.
I
Look,
stick
like,
my head
bent at
between
the
the two of them or
waist.
something. Just try to
Yeah.
listen to the box.
Down to a gnome.
Yeah, you get closer and kind of peek around into the box, and you don't know what the hell they're talking about. But oh my god, there's a carpet of flying in here. They are super rare, and you have wanted one your entire life. And now you have one. You won one in this challenge. This is amazing. But you don't know what they're talking about.
Guys, there's not relics in here. And can I actually like look at the gnome and can I like reach in, see if I can like grab the carpet?
As soon as you reach in to grab it, he snaps it shut.
Oh,
He goes,
I look at the gnome with confusion, and then I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
okay.
I can sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of me. I can use an action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and I learn the school of magic, if any. Can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, an inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or stone.
All right. You cast that and like ping, 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 ping. There's a ton of magic stuff. Like you're in
I don't care about anything else in the room. I care about what the fuck's in this chest.
And in the chest, you do get a ping, and you get the School of Illusion.
My look of confusion turns to a look of deep disappointment and frustration. And I look at the gnome and say, that's quite a dirty trick.
There's no trick. I told you I would give you the most valuable object in the world. And that's what this is.
It's not real.
Real is a matter of perspective. Everyone that looks upon this object sees the thing most valuable to them. So it is always the most valuable object in the room.
But it's not actually that object.
An object's appearance is not what makes it valuable.
Well,
if I wanted it to be a sword, would it cut the same? If I wanted it to be a broom, would it allow me to fly? Value lies within purpose.
I suppose that's a matter of opinion. Value can also lie in money. And when a person looks at this object, they will create their own value.
What good is it if it's not actually given to us? We all saw something different. So, what? You just show us what we want and say, too bad?
Oh no, it's yours. I have no intentions of keeping it. I am a man of my word. This is your prize for getting through my dungeon. You now have the most valuable object. Anywhere you go, any transaction you need to go through, you have the most valuable object in your possession.
Most valuable seems only a matter of your opinion.
Well, everybody needs money, so I don't think it's just my opinion. But I mean, if you don't want your prize, then
Nope.
I guess I can give it to the next group.
Nope. I reach out for the chest.
Someone logical. And he hands it over.
Maybe not. No logic at all. I'm just gonna hold on to it.
But yes, congratulations on managing to get through my challenges. I do wonder which rooms you hit versus other groups. Sounds like one of them wasn't really a challenge at all. Elves. But you have been successful and you have your prize.
On the way out.
If you actually go right around the other side of this tree, you will see a door, and that door will lead you to the staircase out. I was going to offer the winners to stay for a hearty meal after going through the challenges, but I get the impression that that would not be appreciated. But you are welcome to stay.
You spun lies to us, to everybody. Make them see what matters most to them, to us. Something that we want more than anything that we can't actually have. That's fun for you. And I just walk towards the door.
You're lucky we were the ones to get here first. It sounds like there are many adventurers going through your dungeon that will be less than peaceful. I hope you're prepared.
Well, I appreciate your concern, but now that there has been an official winner, all roads will actually lead to the exit for the rest of them, and they will be given a consolation prize of some potions of healing, things of that nature to put them back to rights. So I will not be encountering any others. Only the first would reach me. But I suppose enjoy your prize. And he says that looking at Nell. And have an excellent rest of your day.
I'll follow
Shall we?
Sakura.
I give him a slight bow and head towards the stairs.
All right.
I'll just kind of tap on the chest on my way past and just be like, this is clever. She doesn't really give a crap. She has no desire to look inside of it. But the chest could come in handy.
And he smiles at you, appreciative that someone understands his brilliance. And gives you a small bow for your appreciation. And gestures you to join your friends, though.
Tuck it under.
Mm-hmm. All right. You now have the most valuable object in the world and have completed Igor's challenge.
Hey.
Does like her name go in a book somewhere?
I imagine that once / if you tell people you won his challenges and have the most valuable object in the world, there are many a song to be sung and a tale to be spun about this.
And a challenger to face.
Thinking maybe we don't broadcast that, so
That's got weight coming from a bard.
party wants to stay alive,
Fair.
using valuable things and letting it be known that you have them are two very different things.
Very fair.
And, you know,
I didn't know you had it in you.
I keep it well hidden. You know, can't betray the craft.
Yes. You guys take the exit down, discussing what you're going to do now that you've got this and you've come to the conclusion that you will not be broadcasting that you are the winners. You find yourselves, you do pass on your way down, it's a long walk down now to the bottom of this mountain and the staircase. You do pass some doorways. One of the doorways actually does look like a very large dining room where there are lots of people putting out food, but you guys chose not to stay. And so you walk on by and eventually get to the base of the mountain where the path opens up, and the next adventure is yours.
Hooray!
Huzzah!
All
That
right,
was good.
thank
That was a good
you.
one.
Yeah, that was
a
really
lot of
good.
fun.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Puzzles are hard, man. That was like,
Yeah. That
thanks
was
to you. These were awesome.
those were really good.
Oh, full kudos to, let me get the name right, because I can't make a puzzle to save my life. But I found this on Dungeon Masters Guild.
Nice.
So it's by actually his name is Author DM, is his username. His challenge has 33 rooms.
Oh my god.
It's like
It's your
yeah,
campaign.
with like different paths, and I was like, I'm gonna condense this down to 8 possibilities. Cause no.
But that means you can
but-
run it multiple times and it'll be different every time,
Yeah.
even with the same
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I for the riddle, I totally arrived at the same conclusion as Dustin, but in an entirely different way. I interpreted it as it was his 20th 5th birthday. Like,
Oh.
and I
Also
like
works.
messaged Tina. I was like, he was 100, and
Yeah.
then when you said February 29th, I was like, yes, that also.
So you were
same.
that's also the same
when
guy.
Yeah.
I didn't want to lead any of you guys down the same path that I was thinking if you were trying to work through it in your own head, which is why I privately messaged Rhodes and said, does the calendar of this world emulate our own?
And my response was
Yeah.
yes, because I'm not Matt Mercer.
And I was like sitting here just like repeating, going, it was his 25th birthday. 20th 5th birthday. 20 times 5 is 100. Okay. Because math.
Yes, cause
Yeah.
math.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys
See,
enjoyed it.
that's
It was good.
that's the risk with putting puzzles in front of me. I love riddles like that,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm really good at remembering similar riddles to what I've heard, but I am otherwise really bad at riddles.
Yeah, that's why the riddle was at the end, and also had a drinking game option just
Yeah.
in case.
That's good. It's good to have options for that.
And I didn't want to be rude. We had one drink with him.
You did.
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it reminded me of like undergrad. It was
It's like when you play King's Cup.
Yeah.
It's like when we went out the morning after and discovered that the stuff we'd been drinking had peeled the patio paint off.
Oh god.
That's concerning as hell.
And it was like, John.
And you're like, do I still have innards?
I'm not sure that's healthy.
God,
Oh,
yeah.
good.
It's
We get
awful.
the D10 off the floor.
But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thanks for running it, Rhodes.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I had a lot of fun. Now I have a F ton of puzzles I can use in other places and don't have to try to come up with them on my own.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
no. So yeah, Thank you guys for hopping on and joining us for International Tabletop Day. Even though due to pandemic and time zones, we were not playing on a table.
Yeah, that's okay.
Or playing on our own
Yeah.
individual tables.
We were playing
The
on
spirit
a
was there.
virtual. It was a virtual tabletop.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Look, though, we kept it as
technology.
real as possible. We all roll real dice.
Yeah,
None
we
of
did.
that D&D
Yeah.
Beyond crap.
Actually, I rolled some virtual dice because when I'm DMing, I find it easier to just be like, there's too many
Click.
monsters. You're going to do the math for me. Click.
Yep, that's
Thank
fair.
you.
That's fair.
That's fair.
But yeah, thanks to everyone for joining us. I'm gonna let Sam close us out because I don't know what the next streams potentially are, so I will let her give the upcoming schedule of events.
Oh yes, like always. We are doing Co-op Sunday on Sunday. I think we're gonna go back to Deep Rock Galactic, probably. And then Wednesday will be Decisions and Dragons again. Yay!
Hopefully, we have our regular dungeon master back.
Yes, hopefully he recovers.
Finish the fight. we're in the middle of.
And we're finished the fight we're in the middle of. Hopefully, because I don't have any other one-shots to run. So...
That is my DM's Guild is a beautiful website.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have one that like half of you have run before with me, so that's not fun.
I do, yeah, I have one that only Dustin and Rhodes have run before, so I could always run that one. You guys just have to pretend to,
I know
just
nothing.
follow along. Exactly.
Yeah. No,
Um,
I've got something that I can put together on fairly short notice.
So, but yeah, I think that's it. I don't know if we're gonna do anything special next week. Just keep an eye out on socials. Keep an eye out for the final fan art post
Ooh.
of our favorite satyr. Will go out on Monday. And then I'll post them all. And yeah, also, anybody watching who isn't a follower, please follow, because you'll get notifications when we go live, when we do random streams like this. When
we forget that it's International Tabletop Day.
I feel like we kind of failed in our job, but that's fine. Whatever.
You know what? We realized it 2 days before. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, we caught it in time.
Yeah.
Before the day, so.
True.
True. Or if we do like spur of the moment stuff, like, spur of the moment writing or spur of the moment video games or whatever, you'll get notifications. Also, because don't forget, the boys told us a couple months ago that if we hit 100 followers, Dustin would dye his beard and Cujo would dye his hair. And it's at the end
supposed to shave his head too.
Yeah, he decided he wasn't going to shave
yeah.
his head. Also because then dye wouldn't hold if he shaved his head.
Yeah.
And then he'd go through that awkward fro phase that he has, and none of us want to see that. So we have till the end of June to get. We are currently at 64 followers. Thank you to Simple Rufus for following us about 10 minutes ago.
Yay.
Hooray! Thank you.
I'm sorry I don't have alerts and notifications like every other Twitch channel. My tech knowledge only goes so far, and then I feel like I'm 90 and I don't understand any of it. So
It's fine. Just put on your skinny jeans, do your side part. We're all good.
Side part in skinny jeans. So yeah, so we are at 64, so 36 more followers by the end of June, which I know some of us, I know we have some people that tune in that are not following, and you should, because then you'll just get the notifications when we go live, and it's great. But other than that, yeah, I think that's it.
Good times.
Excellent.
Thanks for everyone hanging out. We'll do some more extra life stuff as we go along, and then keep an eye out for announcements for the big day near the end of summer.
Awesome. Good night, Internet.
Night, Internet.
Or whatever time of day.
Morning.
Yeah,
Whatever
time of day.
Yeah.
Morning.
Goodbye,
evening.
Internet.
Goodbye, Internet.